Hello, lovely people. It's nice to be hanging with you again. Doing something a little bit different. I wanted to share, basically I wanted to rewatch a TV series called American Gothic, and it's from 1995 to 96, and it's only got 22 episodes. It just had one season and was cancelled, and I kind of thought to myself that I sort of vaguely remember it, and I wanted to watch it like with you guys, so to speak. So I'm gonna share an episode at a time. I'm gonna be sort of spoiling the episode as I go. So you might want to, if you want to watch this, you might want to, like watch the episode on your own and then maybe watch my take on it or something, because, if you just watch mine, it will be spoiled. I did consider not having spoilers, but I was like, that's kind of impossible to do that. Basically, it's a horror TV series. As I said, it ran in the mid-90s, and it was considered like too dark, and it was kind of dark. So it was cancelled. It was created by Shaun Cassidy. Can you imagine? He was like a teen idol, and he wrote the first episode. So this was his first pilot that he wrote, actually. And was produced by Sam Raimi, who's created the Evil Dead series. So it's good fun. And I just thought, I don't really watch a lot of TV. I'm more of a movie person, or I read a lot as well. But I just kind of wanted to do something different for October. So I'm going to try and do, to cover this. And you can like watch along or whatever, I don't know. And I'll try and do maybe some a couple of classic horror movies for you guys that prefer, classic movies, because that's kind of what my channel has been up until this point. I don't normally cover TV, but I don't know, sometimes around October, you just want to do something Halloween-y. So yeah, so it was 22 episodes was all they made, and they're like 45-minute long episodes. I was super young when this came out, like too young to watch it. But I do remember kind of seeing it and being intrigued and not being allowed to watch it, and I never saw the end. So I kind of know what it's about, but I've never like properly watched it. So it should be kind of fun, because I don't really know where it's going. It stars a very young Lucas Black as Caleb Temple. He's 10 at the start of the series, and his sister is played by Sarah Paulson. Her name's Merlin, which is cool. When he says her name, he has an accent, and he says Merlin. It's just, I love it. And yeah, it's just to kind of clarify, if you guys are a fan of this show or anything, when it initially came out, CBS played the episodes like out of order and missed out 4 episodes. I think they felt that maybe they were too out there or something, like too dark or whatever for TV. But yeah, when it was aired later, the episodes were back in. So I don't really know what that's about. I'm going to try and watch it in the correct order and not the order that it was broadcast originally. Yeah, I feel like this series is kind of in the same vein of like Millennium and X-Files. So I'm not really sure why maybe this was considered too dark. But anyway, the title, American Gothic, it's interesting to me because it's kind of like the Grant Wood painting from 1930, which is like quite famous, of a farmer and his daughter. Yeah, so the title of that painting apparently comes from the architectural style of the house that's behind them, according to Wikipedia anyway. But the show's title, I feel like, kind of refers more to the Southern Gothic genre, which I think this show fits that quite well. Southern Gothic kind of has this like people with evil or transgressive desires and thoughts and twisted characters, and sometimes kind of dark humor, and overall angst-ridden sense of alienation, according to the dictionary. Or, like, as I like to think, it's kind of like dark things happen in small southern towns, often with lashings of like madness or beautiful kind of dank crumbling houses. So that's the kind of territory that we will be heading into. Yeah, I'm hoping that this isn't a terrible idea, but let's just try it. I mean, you know, life's about trying things. So first up, pilot episode. So we are in Trinity, South Carolina. It's a fictional town. It is Lucas Black. He's so young. He's so adorable. And he kind of, like baby Lucas Black, looks exactly like grown-up Lucas Black. Like, it's kind of uncanny. But anyway, he's that guy from Tokyo Drift. Yes, that is correct. So yeah, I think he's really, really good in this series. He's such a good little actor. It's like, yeah, and so is Sarah Paulson as well, actually. So yeah, we open with the sheriff doing voiceover, and it's all picket fences, and we kind of get to know that it's like the sheriff's way or the highway kind of thing, and everything's kind of shiny and, you know, all American kind of thing, and we know that we're in the South and whatever. And then we cut to this like broken down house, and that's where little 10-year-old Caleb Temple is having his birthday. We get this "someone's at the door," which is like a recurring thing in this series, where, yeah, someone's at the door. So he runs for help because his dad kind of goes nuts and he's drunk again, but he just runs into the sheriff. And meanwhile, his dad tries to kill Merlin, his sister, who he blames for all of their problems. But what actually happens when almost no one is looking is that the sheriff kills her by breaking her neck. And then he goes outside, and there's a camera crew out there to cover the crime, and he flirts with the camera crew, and we're just like, wow, this guy's an awful, awful person. So the sheriff is played by Gary Cole, and I think it's like one of his most notable things is like 1 Hour Photo or like Dodgeball maybe. But he's been in like loads of stuff. He's got like this floppy hair. He'll be that guy where you'll watch this and you'll be like, oh yeah, he's that guy. Basically, as soon as it's on the news, we see a woman who rushes to get there. So it's kind of, we already get this sense of a race against time. And we also get the sense that the sheriff wants Caleb for some reason. The font for the credits in this is just the 90s. It's just the 90s. We meet the doctor, who is the husband from Medium, which I'm a huge fan of the show Medium. I just kind of love that kind of thing for some reason, and it's, I don't know, it's pretty great. The actor's name is Jake Weber. So he plays Dr. Matt Crower, but I don't know if we actually get his name in this first little pilot. But yeah, he's kind of plays a similar personality, even though his story is quite different. Caleb's taken to an empty wardroom, which is creepy in itself, and the sheriff wants the kid, and he's threatening the doctor, and we learn that the doctor used to drink and drive, so that's not good. We also learn that the sheriff is related to Caleb, and that he's a bad, bad man. I love how evil he is. He's just like, he just revels in it. He's just a bad guy. The deputy mentions that he saw the sheriff kill the sister, and we kind of see some of the sheriff's personality coming out. There's a little moment where a nurse doesn't want to go to the basement. Kind of makes me wonder if that's going to come back. And yeah, meanwhile, Caleb's snuck out and he's taken himself down to the morgue to see his sister. You know, normal 10-year-old stuff. This scene kind of initially reminded me of like the Scully autopsy scenes in X-Files just for a bit, like with the lighting and stuff, but then it kind of switched around on us and we got the which you get so much throughout this series, and it's so it's so cheesy. It's just cheesy. He apologizes to his sister, and she cries a tear of blood, which is kind of like the statues of saints. Just what it made me think of. And then these hands come into frame. Woo! But it's alright. It's the doctor, and he's so nice. The doctor's really sweet in this scene. He makes sure Caleb has everything he needs, plus a genuine Elvis pillowcase to make sure you sleep like a king. I thought that was lovely. And we just get a serious face from Caleb Temple, because he's a serious 10-year-old. We learn in this scene that the doctor lost a wife and a daughter, and he says that thinking about dead people keeps them with you. It was kind of nice. Meanwhile, at the bar, the deputy is approached by a femme fatale. Yeah, it's kind of funny. She seems like kind of an uptown lady that's headed downtown because she has needs, apparently. Yeah, later you find out that she's the school teacher. She's kind of interesting. So yeah, the sheriff goes whistling into the jail. I love that thing where a kind of innocent, cheerful music is juxtaposed with like evil, you know? I think you see it in like the Insidious. Is it Insidious? And they play that like Tiptoe Through the Tulips, you know? It's just kind of creepy. Yeah, so basically here we learn that the sheriff's kind of engineered everything, and Caleb's father says, "You made this happen, didn't you? You make everything happen." And he refuses to sign Caleb over to the sheriff. And then we learn that Caleb's mom killed herself. And there's a nurse with a Gracelands tea. She tells the doctor how Caleb's mom thought someone was after the baby, and Merlin went weird after some trauma in that same year, and then the mom threw herself out the window after the sheriff was called. But when the sheriff when the doctor's kind of like, "Well, what's with this sheriff guy?" the nurse is like, "Gotta go." Caleb is woken by some 90s editing and some more. I promise I won't do that too much. Maybe I will. I don't know. Yeah, and then some weird stuff happens. The door is frozen, his hands bleed, blood runs up the wall and makes words. I actually, whilst this is kind of a bit cheesy and a bit like 90s, I actually kind of love it. Meanwhile, it's kind of intercut with the sheriff stalking down the hall, and there's someone's at the door. It's so creepy. But the doctor is on the job. So I really love this doctor guy. Then this lady is here, and the doctor is asking questions about if the sheriff was alone in the room with the mom, and we learn that the lady is a cousin. I think there's some like editing. I think she's meant to be seeing some kind of vision or remembering something, but Lucas is already gone. And yeah, now we are in class for a minute, and the teacher is the lady who is at the bar, as I said before. So she's got this kind of squeaky clean, she has this really soft way of talking, and she sort of comes across as very, not like any school teacher that I ever had, I have to say, but I think she's meant to be sort of an archetypal innocent. We meet a kid who is Caleb's friend, so he will be back, and she's all like, "Put on a happy face for our guest," and the sheriff just like interrupts class because he's the sheriff. And yeah, then we learn that she's kind of very two-faced, and she's in league with the sheriff, which I think is kind of, I don't know, her character's pretty great because she's kind of like, she just seems so one thing and another. So yeah, then we're cut to this cousin of Caleb's. She's out in the cemetery, and she's shot to look like kind of like the Virgin Mary with this sort of head, like a shawl over her head, which I thought was like interesting, this kind of religious imagery. But anyway, she's talking to her parents, and she's like, "I was afraid to come back." But we learn that her parents died in a fire at the newspaper office, and she's not going to be put off finding out what happened to them. Meanwhile, the doctor goes to jail, and we find that the father has killed himself with a pen rather than agree to let the sheriff get his kid, which is intriguing. So then we get these conversations. There's a few of these with the deputies talking to the sheriff throughout this episode, and the sheriff is the one that saw, the deputy is the one that saw the sheriff kill the sister Merlin. And the sheriff talks about conscience is just the fear of getting caught, and the deputy wants out. So suddenly the car breaks down. So this is kind of where we learn that maybe there's some like supernatural stuff going on with the sheriff. And the deputy's scared, he doesn't want to go near the car, and then he suddenly realizes, the sheriff kind of gives him a hint, like he's lost his lucky pen that the sheriff gave him. So yeah, then you realize the pen that the dad used to kill himself was the deputy's. So the sheriff has the deputy over a barrel. And the sheriff says, all guilt is relative, loyalty counts. Never let your conscience be your guide. And then he just leaves him by the road, which he did in a previous scene as well. And hi Grim. He just leaves this deputy in the street all the time. I guess this guy does a lot of walking. Yeah. So the sheriff is determined. He breaks into the room, but Caleb is gone. But the sheriff can see the writing in blood that was like on the wall from the night before. So yeah, it all starts to kind of kick off in this last little bit. The doctor and the cousin are trying to find Lucas. They figure that he went home. And so the sheriff's name, his last name is Buck. It's really similar to the name of the actor that plays, so like Lucas Black plays Caleb Temple, but then I think Lucas Buck is the name of the sheriff, so hopefully that's not going to get confusing. But he's the one that found the cousin's parents on the day they died, and now he's the sheriff. Anyway, they're all heading back to the house. That was Caleb's house. And now it's leaking. I don't know if it was leaking before, but it's leaking now. And it still has Caleb's cake on the floor, which I shouldn't find funny, but I do. For some reason, I'm like, it's just there, you know, broken. Like his broken dreams of childhood. But what's this? There's a light from another room. The house looks like such a set, like a stage set. It really does. So there's Merlin. She's brought a brand new cake. And she's some kind of spirit. Now, Caleb does ask her, are you a ghost? Are you an angel? She's like, no, I'm your family. But she's clearly a ghost, in my opinion. She's very kind of 90s special effects TV ghost, which I'm a fan of. I think it's great. He opens her locket, and that helps him see the past, where Merlin is just a little girl with her mom, and she says, someone's at the door. And yeah, basically the mom it's the sheriff, and he just lets himself in, basically. And what happens is that he rapes the mom right in front of Merlin. So that's the traumatic event that changed Merlin from being like an ordinary little girl to just being like this traumatized person that she was up until her death. This scene isn't graphic. It's kind of shocking, I think, maybe. Maybe not by like modern standards, I don't know, but I mean, it's definitely very dark, you know, but it's not graphic, it's kind of implied. So yeah, Merlin warns him to be careful, and now he knows that the sheriff is a bad man. The sheriff does this thing where he like bursts in the front door, and Caleb's like running away, but the sheriff's like slowly but steadily walking after him, and that is so creepy. It's just like when you have a dream and you're running, but the thing behind you is chasing you and it's like gaining on you. I don't know, I just think that's kind of cool. So Caleb runs upstairs to the attic, and he sets the place on fire because he's one scrappy kid. I think he's such a good character, and he's like, the actor that plays him is so good. But yeah, Then the cousin and the doctor arrive to save him, and the cousin says to the sheriff, "I know who you are." And we just end with Caleb jumping out the window of the attic. He's fine. He runs off, and it's just the sheriff's face hanging out the window, screaming, "Caleb!" with like fire behind him, and then like just pouring rain. Like, it's so dramatic. And that's the end of our pilot. So, what have we learned? There's actually like a lot in this episode for a pilot. Like, everything is set up, which I know is what a pilot is for, but we get like a lot of cool like backstory and stuff, which I like, because sometimes I feel like TV shows try to delay things and you've kind of already figured it out, but this is like upfront, you know? We've had suicides, we've had murder, we've got manipulation, we've got supernatural stuff. I kind of, watching this, I was reminded a little bit of like Needful Things, the Stephen King book. There's also like a movie and stuff of it as well. If you know what I'm talking about, you'll kind of know why it reminds me of that. But essentially, we know the sheriff is a really bad man, and he has everyone afraid. He has everyone under his thumb. Most especially the innocent, like, seeming school teacher lady. She's like his number one disciple, shall we say? And yeah, we know that Merlin is sticking around as a sort of bad special effects ghost of some kind. We know that Caleb hates the sheriff, but pretty much everyone in the town is so scared that his only hope are the doctor and his cousin. She will have a name in the next episode. So yeah, right now he's on his own, somewhere out there in the forest that's behind his house. I love that his house is like falling down and backs onto a forest, and it's always either nighttime or raining there at this point, but the rest of the town is like picket fences and stuff like that. I just think that's fun. Yeah, and so then we also know that there's some kind of mystery around this cousin lady that he's never met before, and we're gonna see that investigated. So yeah, I think it's a bit of a good versus evil kind of TV show, and yeah, that's our pilot, episode 2 of American Gothic. So yeah, episode 2, A Tree Grows in Trinity. That's a reference to A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, in case anyone didn't get that, which is a famous American literary classic, which doesn't really have that much to do with this episode that I can see, other than the tree, which is it's really something. Anyway, let's get down to it. So at the end of the last episode, Caleb was on the run from the burning house. So he runs into the corn and he bumps into this insane scarecrow, and it's just like a tiny moment, but that's the scariest scarecrow that I've literally ever seen. So his house is burnt down. The sheriff wants him found, and he's already sort of starting with this manipulation of trying to set Dr. Crower up sort of for the boy going missing and that kind of thing. And in this episode, we meet Gail and Selena a lot more. So you kind of see the lines drawn up in this episode. So here we kind of get the lines drawn up between the two sides. The sheriff versus the doctor. They're both kind of figures that, you know, historically you would really trust the sheriff and you would really trust the doctor in your town. And then behind them, we have Selena on the sheriff's side. She's the school teacher who's kind of got this other side to her. She's such a great character. And then we get to know Gail a little bit more as well. And she's, we learn that she's a journalist, and she's kind of, the sheriff's kind of hinting that she should leave town, and she's very not intimidated by him, unlike everybody else in the town. So her and the doctor are kind of already teaming up in this episode to try and help Caleb and all that kind of thing. So we get the world building a little bit more throughout this episode. Let's see. Gail introduces herself to the sheriff, and we sort of get reminded that she's Caleb's cousin, and they don't really know each other, and she's not intimidated. The doctor is separated out and he goes back to the hospital, so he has this sort of subplot of this episode, and then we get our opening music. So this is the first time we get this opening sequence, and it's amazing, and I don't mean in a good way. I kind of love it just because, you know, opening sequences were so edited in this 90s way at this time period, and it's real early 90s style with it's just so cheesy. It's so 90s, and it kind of reminds me of like The Outer Limits meets like Goosebumps or Are You Afraid of the Dark. It's kind of very, very TV. So it has that kind of choral sound cue that sort of reminds us of Merlin. I don't know, it's pretty cool. So I find this really funny, but we're back at the search for Caleb, and the sheriff's just let the dogs out, like as if he's hunting a criminal. So we learn that Gail lost her parents when she was 8, and the sheriff's kind of building a story around why he should be in charge of Caleb. The deputy and the doctor are in the car, and the deputy kind of stands up for the sheriff to the doctor, saying, you know, whatever you think about him, he's helped a lot of people. And we learn the deputy's backstory about how the sheriff helped him when he lost his football scholarship, which I kind of think that obviously the sheriff probably engineered that. But they discussed loyalty, which was kind of a theme in the previous episode. And then we get Selena. I love her character. I think it's neat that they named her Selena, which is kind of the name relates to the moon, and it's kind of has like a witchy connotation sometimes. So I think that's kind of a nice choice. It's also got that sibilant kind of sound, makes you think of snakes and stuff, maybe, like, or kind of slinky, you know? So she distracts the doctor while the coroner goes down to the basement where the morgue is, and this is intercut with Caleb still on the run through the sort of forest in the countryside and that kind of thing, and the sheriff slowly closing in on him. The sheriff is inexorable, and he's such a good character. He just like chews up the scenery, and he's got this floppy 90s haircut. Amazing. So the deputy asks the doctor about the pen that killed Caleb's dad that he committed suicide with, because it's his pen, and it's really weird. He's like desperate to get it back, so we are definitely aware that something is up with this pen. The doctor agrees to sort of talk to the coroner about it, and the deputy's like, everything's gonna be fine. So this scene with the coroner down in the morgue, it's so good. The atmosphere is set up. It's a little cheesy. It looks a little bit sort of stagey, but you really get this like blue lighting atmosphere. Hi, Graham. And yeah, so he starts his tape recorder without even really looking at the bodies, and he calls himself a lying sack of goat manure because, as we learn later in this episode, goats are his thing. And I kind of like that because goats are kind of associated with the devil, and he's on like the sheriff's side. I know, it's like a tiny thing, but I like these little touches. So there's all this atmosphere going on, and he puts his tape recorder down next to Merlin as he's just reading off the notes that the sheriff gave him for how they want the autopsy to go. And then the coroner says, God forgive me, and the recorder starts on its own, and we get that someone's at the door, and the whole room starts shaking, and he looks over, and Merlin's body is like staring right at him, and so he just bails, and the lights go out, and yeah, Merlin approaches her body. She's kind of struggling with being dead, basically. So she's crying about that. And then she travels across to where Caleb is, washing his face in the river. And because when she was alive, she was so traumatized, she's sort of coming to terms with that in her afterlife, which is kind of an interesting theme. So she's clearly not like ready to let go of life. Caleb is so emphatic and adorable in this scene. So he's not going to bow down to the sheriff, and she warns him that the sheriff wants to raise Caleb to be just like him and to like be evil and stuff, and Caleb's like, nuh-uh. So he's like, basically has this plan that he's just going to hide and raise himself, which I think is, you know, when you're 10, that makes a lot of sense. As an adult, you kind of realize that's not such a great plan. But he throws his sweatshirt to throw off the hunt, and he's just like really casual with Merlin, which I love. He's just like, oh, okay, you're not dead, but you're kind of dead, and he's just okay with that. He just takes it in stride. Selena is still distracting the doctor, and they have a little scene with each other. She's so I realized the way she talks kind of reminds me of Jessica Rabbit. She has this kind of like really slow, everything's flirtatious, and he sort of says that she claims that a bite she got from a child is why she's there, but it's clear that she's been up to something with somebody who is not a child, and she seems to want the tetanus shot to hurt, so we kind of get a sense of how she is or whatever, like the other side of her. I don't know. The coroner is back down in the morgue, and he gets locked in by an unseen force when he pauses to pick up his tape recorder, and we get this like montage. These montages are all through this episode. They are like something out of episode 1 or 2 of Buffy. They're amazing. They're very like, just very 90s edit. Kind of, they would have been very modern at the time, and I love how of their time they are. But yeah, he gets the message written in blood to not bury the truth, and he's all freaked out. And then Gail confronts the sheriff about her parents, so we learn that they were actually locked in a building that was then set on fire. And then Caleb comes upon the cemetery, so he sees 2 grave workers who, there's kind of an interesting thing in this series where there's like the townspeople who are all kind of well-dressed and kind of clean and have nice haircuts and little picket fences, and then there's the other side, and these cemetery workers, I think they're a father and daughter team, and they're sort of unwashed, and they're a bit tasteless, they're making jokes at the gravesite and that kind of thing. So they're like the other half of Trinity that I guess the sheriff wants to ignore, doesn't want to see, doesn't want people to see. And Caleb kind of, his family seemed to come more from that element than from the other side of town, which is kind of, I think the idea is that if you fall in with the sheriff, you know, you get a better haircut and a better house. I don't know. Anyway, this is where he finds out that his dad is already buried because they've rushed through this coroner's report and gotten the 2 bodies in the ground. And the tombstone is misspelled, and they're laughing about the misspelling. And Caleb's pretty upset. Meanwhile, the sheriff uses his evil powers to touch a branch that Caleb touched, and he sees through Caleb's trick. And then we get this funny cut of like a crow and the full moon, and Caleb's approaching a house that's like boarded up, but he finds a way in, and it's really spooky in there. And then a hand grabs him, and he runs and locks himself in the room, and there's this like groaning outside the door. Kind of made me think of like a Boo Radley kind of a, you know, big figure. It's not very articulate, and you know, like that kind of thing. So Caleb's really tough, it was really fun. This whole scene reminded me of a Goosebumps episode, just his little stripy shirt and jeans, and that he's a kid, and the way the set looks and everything. It was just very, it's definitely spooky, but it wasn't quite scary, if you know what I mean. So we get growling, and then it's morning. Merlin wakes him up. She's still adjusting to being dead. I really feel sorry for her. He's really upset because he feels like everybody is dead, his whole family, and he's scared. He doesn't really know what to do, but Merlin tells him to go out, that the person out there isn't a monster, but needs his help. So Caleb heads out and approaches the person outside, and it's a man, and he's tied up. And so Caleb tells him that, you know, he's going to help him. The guy that's tied up is from The Mummy. You'll recognize his face. He's, I can't remember the actor's name. Anyway, so Caleb is kind to him and goes to get the doctor, and we learn that this guy's name is Saul. And we kind of see that Caleb's not at all like the sheriff. Yeah, he's like a nice person. Meanwhile, the sheriff is making a speech at the cemetery, and I kind of love this. It reminds me of those true crime documentaries where you see somebody at the gravesite, you know, like the husband or the wife or whatever, and they're so sorrowful about the death, but like you find out, or you know because it's a documentary or whatever, that they actually did it, you know, that kind of grandstanding. So I just reminded me of that. He's so cheesy. I just love him. It's such a cheesy episode. So Gail is there, and she asks the sheriff why tourists always go missing, why this area has the highest missing persons rate, and then she brings up a journalist that's missing. The sheriff's just like, accidents happen, and kind of tries to let Gail know that, you know, she's stepping on his toes. I really like her. She's not going to be intimidated by anybody. I just think she's cool. So then we get this weird... Okay, so basically we get a transition. There's lots of screaming and this weird like montage that is a little bit like the opening sequence of the X-Files or something. Like a tree... Well, it's really just like seeds germinating. But basically it signifies a tree coming out of the grave, and it grows really fast, like it's a whole tree. So there you go, that's the tree of the title. It's like the worst editing, or just like the worst special effects. Sorry. There's something in my throat. So then at the coroner's house, we meet the goats. There's this little child at the door, and the doctor's there, and so he has a flashback of losing his daughter. They are having goat cheesecake, which I'm like, that's either going to be delicious or disgusting. I'm not really sure. And the doctor confronts him about the autopsy. So we learn that the goat is called Eli, and this guy just loves his goats, this coroner. So he confronts him, and the coroner basically says, you know, you better just start accepting the way things are around here, or, you know, bad things are going to happen. But the thing is, the doctor doesn't have any family, so I think he feels a bit like he has nothing to lose, maybe. Then we get Gail in her Mustang convertible in the cutest little 90s print outfit. Adorable. Caleb steps out like in front of the car. Like just steps in front of a car. And they finally meet, and he decides to trust her. And then we have this hilarious bit with the tree getting really big, and the grave diggers noticing how big the tree is, and this really, really bad like sky thing that's happening. It's kind of effective, actually. I mean, I say it's bad, but I like it. Caleb gets the doctor and Gail to go and give Saul some help, and Gail realizes that he's the reporter that went missing. The sheriff's really mad, and he's walking through the hospital, and it's kind of like one of those walking scenes that were so much in TV shows, or like in the 90s and onwards, like that West Wing walk and talk, and he's like throwing compliments and like greeting people, and then being mad about the doctor and stuff to his deputy. So the deputy's told he may have to just shoot the doctor, and the deputy gets his pen back from the doctor's office, but they realize where the doctor is, so they head out to the like abandoned house. Meanwhile, the coroner comes home, and the goat has been decapitated. So it's pretty gross. Meanwhile, Selena is sulking in the car. This is such a good scene for her. It's just a little scene in the car, but we learn so much about her. So basically, she was meant to kill the reporter on the orders of the sheriff, but she kept him as a pet. So that's why he was tied up in that abandoned house. So that's pretty dark, but it gets a little bit darker. We learn that she bit off the reporter's tongue so that he couldn't call for help, and that she's kind of like, we don't really have to worry because this guy is pretty much dead anyway. So we get the doctor, and he thinks that he's not going to make it back to the hospital either. Gale figures out that Saul wants to see the sunshine one last time, so he gives her his bag with like his notes and stuff in it, and there's like a bunch of floppy disks. Do you remember floppy disks? He has like 8 of them. There's probably like one document across all 8 of them. Anyway, yeah, so they figure out that he wants to see the sunshine one last time, and Caleb removes the board so that the light shines down on him, and he dies, basically. There's a bit of a weird montage-y cut thing, and he dies. So, right in front of Caleb. And we're all sort of okay with this for some reason, even though he's 10. But anyway, Caleb's very upset, and the sheriff bursts in. Selena has come up with this, well, they've come up with this plan. Selena claims that Saul attacked her, and then the sheriff claims that Gage was Saul's partner and was keeping Saul there, and that they were actually criminals. And he just takes the notes from Gale because they're evidence. So whilst we thought we might have some kind of information, now we don't have information. The sheriff has it. Meanwhile, Caleb's running outside, and he's calling Merlin, and he's really upset that she told him to go help Saul if Saul was just going to die, and it didn't make any difference. And he's really mad and tells Merlin to like just go away and leave him alone. And then the tree from the grave like falls on her and on him, and we don't know what happened. He's like calling her. So it's a really weird end, because I don't really know the point of this tree growing and then just falling, but probably has some kind of significance. And yeah, that's the episode. So here we kind of have like the lines drawn between who's on what side, and we really get the sense that some people might like to be on the doctor's side, but they're too far in with the sheriff to get out. And if you piss off the sheriff, somebody is gonna decapitate your favorite goat, which is not cool. Yeah, we also get to know that Selena is a complete psycho, which is kind of makes her a great character. And we get this kind of thing of like the two sides, you know, of the with Caleb in the middle. I also like the kind of imagery. There's a lot of maybe religious imagery here of like the tree growing that fast is almost like a miracle that might happen where a saint is, but then it falls over. Sometimes we get like people having visions, or corpses' eyes bleeding, or that kind of thing. And I don't know, I think that's kind of very cool. We definitely get the sense that this is like a story of good and evil in the South. So there you have it, guys. Episode 2. This is episode 3, Eye of the Beholder. The title here is in reference to, you know, the phrase beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and it's because there's a mirror situation. This one is about the custody battle for Caleb mostly, and it has themes of family and home and that kind of thing. So yeah, let's talk about the episode. So we start in the hospital. Somebody's brought in for like a simple procedure, but the sheriff makes sure that it goes wrong, and the scene is pretty screamy, and it's like pretty awful. Caleb is in the car with Gale, and they're all heading to the hospital, so everyone's kind of converging there. And the sheriff tries to offer Caleb things, material things, so that he'll want to live with him. Caleb's not drawn in by this. He is offered like apple pie for breakfast and like train sets and a pool table, and he's just like, no. Good kid, Caleb. Good kid. We know that the sheriff is friends with the judge, who will get to decide who gets Caleb. So we kind of have all of the setup ready to go when the credits start. It's kind of funny. There's a scene where they reach the hospital and everyone just walks into the operating room where the operation is just going wrong, and the sheriff like fixes it.
because, you know, he has evil magic powers or something. And we kind of see that the setup is that he's going to try and discredit the Doctor so that the Doctor can't get custody. And then we cut to our kind of our B story. I guess there's kind of maybe 3 strands in this episode. So we're at a church where there's like gospel singing, and they're having a Satan's funeral sermon. I don't know if this is like a real thing, but I found this really interesting for some reason. So it's like a mock funeral for Satan, and they have like an actual casket up front. And one of the characters kind of mentions that it's sort of more for the kids, which kind of implies that this is like a regular occurrence. It's pretty morbid, but pretty visually effective. So I'm kind of wondering if this is a thing that actually happens somewhere. But when you approach the casket and you look down to see like who is in the casket, it's a mirror, implying that, you know, Satan is within you, I guess. But it's kind of cleverly, the mirror's kind of cleverly used, because sometimes there's a moment where somebody looks down into the mirror and the sheriff appears in the reflection behind the person. And so it's kind of used. Mirrors are kind of a thing in this episode. So this is like a, I guess it's like a black church, I suppose. Like I've kind of heard that in the South, you sort of have like black churches and white churches kind of thing, and they're sort of different denominations or something. That's not something I know loads about, but we get, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. The actress's name is Nabush Wright, and she was in Blade. I've seen her in a few things from this era. I think she started out as a dancer, and I just love her. Like, I haven't seen her in loads of things, but she's really beautiful, and I find her very watchable. You know how some actresses or actors, you're just like, you love it when they're in stuff. So happy to see her. So the anesthetist, who is friends with the Doctor, he is at this church. This is like their church, and this is his wife. I probably explained that really badly, but whatever. It's interesting because the sheriff turns up in the church, so obviously he doesn't have any problem being in a church, which I found kind of interesting. And he's trying to pressure the anesthetist, whose name is Daniel Trulane, so that he will testify against the Doctor as to what happened in the operating room to kind of discredit him. So he kind of wants to resist the whole thing, but we know that the sheriff's going to make life really difficult for him if he doesn't comply. So on the way home from the church, they actually get run off the road by a bird, and the sheriff just like appears next to them. And then later on, he sends, because Daniel and his wife are like fairly newlyweds, he sends them a magic mirror that like curses the wife, and if he wants his wife back to normal, he has to testify against the Doctor. So it's kind of cool. It's like it's almost like storybook, you know, this kind of enchanted mirror, but it's also, and like the frame of the mirror is kind of got these curlicues around it. So I kind of like that kind of storybook curse thing, but I also feel like vanity and being vain is sometimes like talked about in biblical stuff. So it's kind of like got this, I don't know, I just kind of like how they've pulled those elements together. Later in the episode, he wants his wife back, and he doesn't want to testify against the Doctor, so he smashes the mirror. And there's this really cool makeup design where the smashing of the mirror actually smashes her face, and because she's become obsessed with her reflection. Yeah, it's amazingly creepy. It's a really cool little like makeup design that they've done of like her face is like shattered kind of. It's really cool. Anyway, so that's one plot. The Doctor resisting. He wants to tell the truth, and he's got all this pressure from Lucas Buck. Meanwhile, Selena is on the job trying to spin the story that the sheriff saved Caleb's life because Caleb is back at school. And Gail drops him off, and she has this backpack it's this kind of, it's leather and it's kind of like a saggy shape. And I'm like, I saw it and I was like, everybody had that backpack in the 90s. Like, it was such a style thing. Anyway, the teacher tricks her into telling the kids about crime writing, and you just know she's being set up so that later they can discredit her because this custody hearing is going to come up. We also learn that people of the town are talking about how Caleb might be some kind of bad seed. So he's kind of becoming more isolated from his peers or whatever, his friends. But Merlin is there to comfort him. So her name is spelled Merlyn, and when he says it, it sounds like Merly with his little accent. He's adorable. But with my accent, it sounds like Merlin or Merlin, which is like King Arthur's guide. You know, Merlin's like the wizard in those stories. I don't know. I just kind of thought of that this time around, that she's kind of like a magical figure for him. Anyway, she turns up at school to comfort him, and she gets him to follow her to this beautiful yellow Victorian house. It kind of reminded me of the house in the 90s show Sabrina, or the house in Charmed, like that kind of Victorian build. It's full of cool stuff like masks and creepy dolls, and it's a boarding house. So the woman that runs it, she's really, really nice, and she sort of knows who he is, and you get the impression that she knows a lot of useful information. So she becomes an ally. But she also mentions that the house is built on a graveyard and the ground was never unconsecrated, so it should be a safe place. So Gale has a few moments in this. She doesn't have like a lot, but she does go back to where her parents were killed, the place that burnt down. So we kind of get that. We have a scene where she bonds with Caleb a little bit, so we get to see that they kind of like each other, and they can talk about family and their connection, which is kind of nice. And she also has a little chat with the doctor about Caleb's custody. He's very reluctant because he was responsible for the death of his family. He's very reluctant to take on too much. Like, he doesn't want custody, even though Caleb kind of mentions he wants to go and live with him. There's some great transitions in this episode where we get just the sheriff's eyes and then like a stormy sky or some fire or like a crow. It's very it's quite melodramatic, but it's fun. So heading into the sort of back half of this episode, the sheriff lets the judge know that he wants custody of Caleb and kind of points out all that he's done for him. He puts pressure on the anesthetist, Dr. Trulane, to talk about how the case went wrong. But there's a moment where this woman in this Victorian house gets Caleb to take a bowl of soup up the street to this white house, and we never kind of see what happens, but you know, he's a good kid. He helped her make soup. He's taking soup to a neighbor. And then we have the hearing. So the actual hearing just takes place in like judge's chambers or whatever. The sheriff dressed up for the occasion in his favorite black vest and pirate shirt combo. I was just thinking in this episode, he loves black and red and orange vests and shirts with big sleeves. It's like his look, and he's sticking with it. People just don't dress like that anymore. But anyway, we have the hearing, and there's a big performance of like discrediting the two people, like the cousin and the doctor that want custody. But the surprise is that a woman called Loris Holt gets custody. And so we find out that the soup that Caleb took, he was actually the woman in the house sent him with the soup to see the judge, and so she gets custody. And yeah, it's a nice little like twist in the story there that I thought was quite nice. So we didn't know her name before, so we find out in this scene that her name's Loris Holt, and she is gonna play a bit of a role in the rest of series, I think, and I love her. I think she's great. And what else about her? Yeah, that's kind of it. So obviously the sheriff confronts the judge, and the judge is like, I'm not really in your pocket because what you don't know about me is that I have cancer and I'm dying. And Lucas is like, oh, you thought you'd clear your conscience? But then later a crow comes and the judge just like dies. So Lucas gets his revenge there. The wife of Daniel Trulane, her face comes back, like the curse is lifted because he told the truth. And she says that she doesn't want to run away when he suggests that they move away and just get out of the situation. She's like, nah. So that's kind of the episode. We have a nice little ending scene of tying all the little tales together. It's very cute. We're in the boarding house. There's other people there. It's got a really nice family feel. It's a lot nicer and more, like, it's got very yellow lighting, so it's kind of got that cozy look. Gail is there. We find out that the doctor is going to be living there so that he can kind of help out and be there for Caleb. We know that it's a safe space. And it's very homey. People eat together, and it's so much nicer than the home that Caleb had at the start of the series, where it was very cold lighting and everything was kind of black and dark and decrepit. So yeah, I guess we're all kind of set up for the rest of the series at this point. And we just end on Caleb settling into bed, and then Merlin comes in to say goodnight. And he's like really happy because this is like a better home than he had before. It's just really nice little moment. I feel like the two of them have this really nice rapport with each other. That's I know it's kind of cheesy. She's like she's not really an angel, but she's sort of, you know, the ghost of his sister and whatever. But I don't know. I really like it. So I think those two are lovely. And we are up to episode 4 now, which is called Damned If You Don't. That seems like a pretty obvious title for this episode, I guess, because it involves somebody who has to make a decision and it's a lose-lose. So this time the episode is about the sheriff calling in a favor, and we're much more settled into sort of like a routine or whatever of what the show is going to be about. All the major pieces are in place. And yeah, I would say this is kind of like a Monster of the Week episode. Which by that I mean it's kind of like an X-Files terminology, but with that show they would have like the overarching story, and then they'd have like some episodes would just be like more self-contained, and that would be called like a Monster of the Week by the writer's room. And that's kind of what this is. It's like we learn a little bit, but it's not really furthering the over narrative. It's more a bit more of a self-contained story. And I think this is such a good episode. It's really I don't know, I was gonna say like kind of a juicy episode where it's just like it reminds me a little bit of maybe like an Edgar Allan Poe kind of a plot line, even though the location is quite different to anything you would see in Edgar Allan Poe. It's kind of like this inevitable you know, the devil's out to get you, and it's a rock and a hard place and all that kind of thing. So anyway, we open on the junkyard of the town, and it's nighttime, and we just get Caleb and a couple of the other boys from his class sort of playing hide and seek amongst the wreckage. And it's just a way of introducing us to the Bowen family, which is the mom Etta, the pop Carter, and the teen daughter Poppy. She's 15, and Carter hears people messing around outside, and he's like, I'm not gonna scold you, I'm just worried about your safety. And it's kind of designed to make us like him. You guys have heard of the save the cat kind of phrasing. When you first meet a character, if they do something nice, it kind of signifies that they're a good guy, so we're meant to feel a bit sorry for them. Which is interesting because actually, when you think about it, Carter isn't really a nice guy, but he's the protagonist of his story. So it's just kind of a neat way that they did that
he is worried that the kids are going to climb into a fridge to hide and get stuck in there and suffocate. So he's a caring man, apparently. But yeah, then we get Lucas Buck turns up, and he's here to call in a favor. He wants a 15-year-old Poppy to work in his office, and we know that Lucas doesn't take no for an answer. So that's our main story. We get a little bit of Gale in this episode, which is nice. I always like her. Randomly, she's looking for a place to live, and she like sublets from this guy, and I thought she was staying at the boarding house, so maybe I got that a bit wrong. Her boss from her other newspaper calls, and she's like, I'm looking into something here, so she's obviously gonna stick around and investigate, but she's not giving up her job in the city or something. She heads out to the junkyard at one point for help with her air conditioner, and she has this amazing like 90s print slip dress that were so in the 90s. Anyway, she just has such great clothes, so get used to hearing about me commenting on her clothes. She sees her parents' car that she recognizes, and Carter tells her the car is jinxed. We get a little flashback of the sheriff pulling over her mom when she was a child, and her mom asks her to hide something, and he asks why she was speeding, and he's like, where's the fire? And I kind of like that, because that's such a Sheriff Buck like thing where we know that they died in a fire, and he knows in the flashback that he's probably, you know, like you can kind of see what I mean. He's such a good character. He's just so terrible. But anyway, what Gale finds that her mom asked her to hide was a key, so we don't know what the key is for, but that's a little bit of furtherance of her story. The sheriff keeps appearing everywhere in this episode, which I think is something that they're starting to build on a little bit, of him just like conveniently being places, which I think kind of adds to his sinister aspect in a really nice way. Yeah, and they have some sass talk, he and Gale. They seem to love just giving each other a little bit of sass, like all sort of smiles on the outside, you know? It's great. There's also a little short bonding scene with Gale and Caleb where she tells him a little bit about her parents' death, and they have some bonding time over catching crabs in the river, which is very cute. The other subplot that's quite nice before we get to the main one is the science fair. So the teacher, Selena, she asks Caleb about what project he's going to do for the science fair. He wants to make he wants to do a thing on extreme weather. So this whole situation's been engineered by Lucas Buck so that he can kind of be like a tutor or a father figure to Caleb and hang out with him, have an excuse to hang out with him. Caleb's not really interested in that. There's a bit where the doctor and the sheriff are on the front porch with Caleb, and the sheriff's encouraging Caleb to cheat and just buy the project, and the doctor wants him to do the project correctly and offers him a book, and the sheriff's like, book reports are for sissies. Which I'm like, I don't know, I just find that so random. Like, okay, whatever, there's sissies with their book reports. Yeah, so basically they're like the angel and the devil on his shoulder in a way, encourage him. One says you can cheat, the other says, you know, read the book and learn the science and do the project right. So that's Caleb's little journey in this episode of just whether he's gonna do the project the right way or not. And Merlin makes a quick appearance to encourage him to do the right thing. So she's here. It's always nice when we see her. Yeah, I think we're kind of meant to get the sense that maybe there could be a little bit of Lucas Buck in Caleb if he's not careful. Yeah, Caleb's side eye is like the best thing ever. Like, he's so adorable, and sometimes he's just like, you know, he's gonna do things his own way, and he gives this little like side eye. It's great. But yeah, basically Caleb ends up doing the project the wrong way and then disqualifying himself because he cheated. But then the doctor like is in the classroom watching him give his presentation, and he says, hey, like, tell them the actual principle behind the project. And he can, because he did read the book and actually do the work. So
the doctor has won this round of like keeping Caleb honest, and the sheriff isn't happy about it. So we know there's going to be some kind of escalation there. So to get to our main focus of this episode, which is just such a good story, I think. So anyway, so we know that Lucas has turned up, and he mentions to Caleb that, Lucas turns up at the junkyard at night, and he talks to Carter, who is the owner of the junkyard. And he wants to call in a favor. He wants the 15-year-old daughter to work in his office, and we know that he's not going to take no for an answer. So we get some shots of the home that they live in, and it's a really nice, like, southern plantation style home, you know, with like the pillars at the front, like it's huge. So obviously the junkyard's doing way better than it should be. So we know he's sort of taking favors from Caleb. He's nervous about signing over protection of his daughter to the sheriff, that she'll be working with him. So he hesitates and doesn't sign the paper in time for the deadline. His wife gets electrocuted, and so Carter then, you know, is upset and talks to the sheriff, and the sheriff says, well, he's not going to undo anything and let the daughter work in his office anymore. This time he says, well, okay, since you know, didn't sign the paper in time to say that your daughter could work in my office, now I want you to just do this one little favor for me of picking up a friend and just take him back to your house. You know, it's all very simple. But the friend, basically the friend that turns up is somebody that Carter knows. So we have this great like little intro moment. It's like so of that era. This pair of cowboy boots gets off a Greyhound bus, and so Greyhound bus, we know he's just come out of prison, and we get the cowboy boots and the long jeans and like up to his like a spider tattoo on his arm, and there's like this electric guitar music, like, so we know this guy is like very cool and very sinister. So it's pretty great. So immediately we get the sense that there's some history between Carter and this guy. His name's Wash Sutpen, which I'm like, that must be like an anagram of something. So we learn that this guy is immediately latching on to the 15-year-old daughter. He's clearly a total creeper. But we also find out he's Carter's ex-boss. So suddenly, like, a little mention that at the start of the episode makes sense. So what the sheriff has done is he's gotten Carter to pick up a man who was in prison for killing someone, and the person that Wash killed was a man who was messing with his teenage daughter, but he killed the wrong man, and we realized that Carter creeped on Wash's daughter, so now Wash is gonna creep on Poppy, Carter's daughter. So this is kind of, I don't know what you would call that. Is that poetic justice? I don't know. It doesn't really matter because it's all gross. So yeah, it's such a good setup because he can't get rid of the guy because he's agreed to help out Sheriff Buck, and we know that something worse is going to happen if he messes this up. And also that Sheriff Buck helped him cover up that he was messing around with a teenage girl that was the daughter. Like, it's just so much grossness. I was kind of unsure whether Wash had figured out that Carter was actually the guy he should have killed, or like if he's being a creep on purpose or not. But Carter starts to see what's going on, and he gets more and more nervous. He tries to talk to the sheriff, but the sheriff won't help him, and he kind of says this line of like, you should do what any father would do, which is what Wash said about killing the man he thought was messing with his daughter. I hope this is all making sense.
So then Carter starts to hear and see things, and he gets out his shotgun to like protect his daughter. But when he goes in to shoot Wash, he shoots someone that's standing over his daughter's bed, and it's actually his beloved wife, Etta. And Wash just walks away into the night. Except that after about 3 or 4 steps, he actually just disappears. So other people didn't really see this guy other than one guy that, is an employee. So I was kind of like wondering to myself, like, was he ever there? Was it just the family that could see him? Either way, it was definitely a trick from the sheriff, and maybe Wash died in prison and was never there or something. I don't know. But at the very end, we get this little short scene of the sheriff asking the employee if he wants a loan to help him take over the business. And the sheriff says, like, down the road, I may ask you for a small favor. And I was like, oh my God, don't shake hands on it. But he does. So we know that something very similar is going to happen to this poor kid who just wants to, I don't know, take over the business. There's one kind of interesting thing here. There's a framing song. I think it's sung by like school children or something. But it's one of the old school murder ballads. They used to be a bit of a thing more in the past. I know, like, in the Appalachian kind of areas, they were like very popular, and it would just be like a murder case that was very talked about would be put to the tune of a song, and it was almost like kind of a way of spreading news, or like keeping a folk story alive, but they were real murder cases like put to music. And that's the framing device is one of those songs, and it's at the start and the end of the episode. I just thought it was kind of interesting because I think this, from the outside, what the town would see would just be that the guy that owns the junkyard shot his wife sort of for no reason. And that's the kind of thing that happens in these like murder ballads. So I just thought that was kind of an interesting little touch that they had there. Yeah, so I hope I explained that plot adequately there. I think it's really clever because something bad would have happened to Poppy if he'd signed the paper and let her work with the sheriff. Like, you know it. But the way he's tricked into shooting his wife, and the way that it's kind of revenge because he messed with this guy's daughter, like, it's just so clever. So that's the main plot of this episode, and I think it's really good. Episode 5 of American Gothic. So the important thing to know here is that this is where we go a little bit out of order. So the episode 5 that we're watching is called Potato Boy. This was actually not originally aired when the series aired. It was like, I don't know, maybe it was deemed to something for TV. So sometimes when you look at sources, Dead to the World is next, but this is like the next one story-wise. The broadcast and air date order are not the correct sequence. So yeah, we're going in production order. So this is like the first time we're deviating. If you watch the show this way, it kind of will make more sense. And this is episode 19 on the DVD. So yeah, this is kind of an interesting one. We have a little bit of voiceover from the sheriff kind of throughout the episode, or a few times throughout the episode, which we don't always get that. And we get what the sheriff really thinks of everyone, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, we open on Caleb doing this really funny thing. He cleans his teeth, and then every now and then he turns around in a circle and says, "So be it," with his little accent. Adorable. And the sheriff's voiceover tells us that he's kind of got these ritual things to help him feel more safe. And yeah, we learn that the sheriff just thinks he's making life easier for everybody, like he's such a swell guy. But meanwhile, Caleb hears beautiful singing, and it kind of freaks him out. And then a little girl comes in and says that nearby there's this house that's like basically falling down, and that's where this kid called Potato Boy lives, who's like deformed. So it's pretty upfront with that stuff. The little girl is called Rose. She lives in the same boarding house, and she's played by Evan Rachel Wood, and she's really young, but it's so nice to see little baby Evan Rachel Wood. So yeah, and then we have the credits. So there's quite a lot kind of going on in this episode, and my notes got a little bit messed up, so let's just see how we go. We have a scene where we have a few threads running through this episode. So the Potato Boy story kind of bookends this episode, but we do see him a little bit within the plot, and the songs that he sings with his beautiful voice kind of comment on what's happening in the town, which I think is kind of interesting. We have a scene of Caleb going to church. He's encouraged to take communion, but when he goes to the holy water, there's a cockroach floating in the water, and the sheriff sort of intervenes so that the father of the church drops the communion wine on him, and it just spills everywhere like blood. So I think that kind of tells you a lot about the sheriff, really, and this kind of good and evil narrative that's going on. The voiceover of the sheriff tells us that this episode's kind of about loneliness, and Sunday is his lonely day, so he just takes the day off. Later on we see this is kind of a bit much, but we see the I think he's a father, like a priest. I'm not sure what denomination the church is meant to be, but we see him shooting heroin, so like, or morphine or something. So it's like, I don't know, that just seems a little bit over the top, but whatever. We'll just go with it. This episode is pretty over the top anyway. So the sheriff turns up with a pie. So it's kind of odd. The sheriff turns up at Caleb's house with a pie, and Loris says that Caleb can't go for a drive with the sheriff, but he wants to for some reason, and the sheriff makes her choke on her food so that she can't stop him from seeing Caleb whenever he wants. He goes for a drive with the sheriff, and the sheriff lets him drive. Caleb kind of asks the sheriff a lot of questions about why he's so nice to him. He doesn't seem to really be fooled, but he spends a lot of time with the sheriff in this episode, like off and on. Yeah, I was just thinking when I was watching this, like, Caleb just wears these striped shirts throughout all these episodes, and it's like, where's he get all these striped shirts from? Just every episode we get a new striped shirt. We get a scene later, the priest kind of is a running thread through this as well, and he tries to warn Caleb to not trust people, or there's a lot of like loneliness and trust and stuff is like a big thing here. So the priest is like, you know, if you are scared, you can come to me. But later in the episode when Caleb does, the priest is high, it doesn't hear him knocking on the door, so that kind of breaks Caleb's trust. We have some stuff with Ben, because I feel like now we might as well call the deputy by his first name. Poor little deputy. We're told that he feels cheated. The sheriff thinks he brought his problems on himself, which doesn't really make sense because he made a deal with the sheriff. So obviously the sheriff doesn't see himself as having... he just sees himself as this great guy, basically. Ben starts seeing a shrink in this episode, and he does try to stand up to the sheriff a little bit and break off their kind of... the sheriff's hold over him. But by the end of the episode, the sheriff has gone to see the therapist and threatens him to basically stay away from Ben. So I guess to talk about the title, Potato Boy is a neighbor. He has this beautiful singing voice, but he's like got all these health problems that make him what they say is deformed. We see glimpses of him, but we don't really see what he looks like until the end. He lives in this falling down house. It seems that he's being hidden there by his family, which it's kind of like the monster in the attic of Gothic, Gothic horror or Gothic fiction. And that the deformity that he has is God's punishment, according to the town. So we get a scene where the kids in the town tell him all these rumors about how this child came to be born, and when he was born his mother died and all this kind of stuff. But the thing is that the child has this beautiful singing voice. It's amazing. So Caleb kind of listens to this, but Merlin later comes and says that she's really sad because this child is really innocent and pure, and it's wrong that he's just shut up inside, and nobody really sees him. They just see the outside of him. Evan Rachel Wood is hilarious throughout this episode. She keeps talking about Potato Boy. She keeps telling these like stories about exploding bodies, and like I kind of love her. She's just that little girl that looks sort of innocent with little golden hair and whatever, but just funny. Like the way she tells the stories is really funny, like eyes exploding and corpses being found. She's just such a good little character in this episode. So yeah, we learn that Potato Boy can hear or sense Merlin, who goes to visit him. So this is kind of the first time we see that other people can see her. Eventually Caleb decides to go to the house and visit this kid, and it's kind of scary when he goes in there, like it's very dank. But once he gets up to this kid's room, Merlin is there with him, and we see that this kid has no hair and no eyes, and that he's dying. And the boy looks at Caleb, and he has no eyes. They've like never developed. And he says like, I can see you. So he's dying with a song on his lips and this beautiful voice. And Caleb's kind of upset, but Merlin says there's much worse things than death. So that's Potato Boy, sort of bookending this. I like that he's a motif where he's a bit like the Elephant Man movie, where we have this character who has a deformity and who's ostracized, and who's like his family's sort of dirty secret or whatever, but he has some kind of pure innocence that affects people around him. And Caleb sees, I think, that the sort of nasty aspect that sometimes the people who are nice on the outside and who are pretty, especially someone like Selena, who's very attractive, but on the inside she's kind of rotten. So I guess that's kind of the point. And also I guess it's kind of a trope of these kinds of, Gothic or Southern Gothic stories. Selena is really great in this episode. We get a lot more time with her, and I think up till this point she seemed like a devil with an angel's face kind of thing, but here we see that she's actually really lonely. She wants to reconnect with a father who won't take her calls and is rejecting her, and she has some bonding with Caleb where he sees her crying in her classroom, and he goes over to her house to have some tutoring because his grades are dropping. So he is shown to be a really nice kid in this. Like he just makes her feel better, and he's nice. And I think we see that Selena is sort of known as the town tramp in this episode, and Caleb doesn't see her that way. And I think his innocence kind of, or maybe allows her to see the better side of herself. There's a really funny scene. He goes to her place for some tutoring, and she says to him like, oh, don't worry, I'm not going to bite. You can relax. And I find that really funny because we know that she does bite. So I'm not sure whether she, like, when she says it, she sort of means it, or whether what she really means, because she literally is supposed to have bitten out that guy's tongue, and stuff like that. So, geez. So she ends up crying again, and Caleb's comforting her when the sheriff just like bursts into her house. So he ruins their relationship. I'm pretty sure he's just jealous and doesn't want Caleb to trust someone that's not him. But he basically accuses her of making some kind of advances on Caleb. At this point, Caleb runs away and tries to go to the church where the priest promised that earlier in the episode that he would be there for him and not to trust in like people, and that like basically the priest just said to him like, I am a safe person for you. But when Caleb knocks on the door, the priest is getting high and doesn't let him in. So that destroys Caleb's trust and maybe faith in him being able to make a decision about who he can trust, which pushes him closer to the sheriff and sort of being friends with him. But later, Selena goes into the church and the priest kicks her out and says that she can't be there. And so she leaves. But it turns out that the father she's trying to reconnect with is this priest in the church. So I'm not sure how that works. Maybe we'll learn more about that. But he obviously has a lot of compassion towards her, but cannot allow her to be there. I guess because she's quite literally like in league with the devil. What else? There's quite a lot in this episode, but it's mostly character development. So yeah, we have towards the end, we have Caleb sitting on the porch with the sheriff, and he says to Caleb that some people, like he's trying to get him to trust him and to open up and that kind of thing. And he says to Caleb, when you look into somebody's eyes, some people say that's how you can tell whether you can trust them, but that you can't trust what you see in somebody's eyes. And I thought that was interesting because the Potato Boy character had no eyes, but he could see Merlin and he could see Caleb. So he seemed to be able to, kind of like King Lear, like he has no eyes, but he's blind, but he can see more than people who are not blind. He can see the truth about people, maybe. So we get the sense that this kind of has an effect on Caleb and makes him question who he can trust, and what he can trust about people's appearances, and who they really are. And just to kind of come full circle on that one, there's a little bit about the doctor in this. He's struggling a little bit in this episode, and he loses his temper at Caleb over dinner. And then later he goes to confession to talk to the priest, but that doesn't really work out for him. He thinks that he's sort of afraid of that stress at work is going to make him go back into old habits. Maybe he'll start drinking again. Maybe he'll hurt someone like he did with his family. And he talks about how much he just absolutely hates himself. And over the end of him giving this speech about how much he hates himself, we hear Potato Boy singing Amazing Grace. So I thought that was interesting. They're maybe trying to say something there. The doctor at the very end comes into Caleb's room and says to him, sorry about before, and tries to kind of make it up to him, and they patch things up. But when the doctor turns his back, we see that Caleb's kind of thinking whether he can trust the doctor or not, and he's giving him a questioning look, and it's kind of clearly the sheriff has made him undermine his idea of who the people are around him and whether he can trust them or not. And I think that makes a lot of sense when he sort of said right in front of Caleb that he can't trust his teacher, that she was making some kind of advances on him. I kind of wonder if the priest doing drugs, which I still find I don't know, it just seems over the top. I don't know why. But I think the priest doing drugs and the female teacher, I don't think she was making any advances on him. Maybe she was, but that the threat of the sheriff seeing it that way and maybe telling people That obviously that kind of, Caleb doesn't know any better. So when he hears that, he's like, oh, so we weren't bonding, it wasn't innocent, like makes him feel uncomfortable. So I think that's kind of maybe why this wasn't shown on TV the first time around. It is very kind of deep and dark stuff for the mid-90s. I think now, we kind of see this stuff a little bit more. It's all implied. There's not really anything too graphic in this episode. I do think it's interesting, the kind of the theme that people see the most innocent and pure person in town with the voice of an angel. People see that person as being a monster, and they love the sheriff, who is literally a monster and is horrible and kind of is able to twist innocent situations or healthy relationships or whatever into somehow seeming sinister. He's very manipulative, and I think he's a very well written character because of the way he approaches things. So yeah, and again, I think I've sort of said this before in an episode where it's like things that are ugly or not socially acceptable are just like hidden away and kept from the world, and it's like people just pretend that doesn't happen in this town or towns like this, even though everybody kind of knows everybody's secrets. So that is Potato Boy. Bit of a more detailed episode this time. This is around this time in the last episode as well. The numbers can get a little bit confusing, so I'm just to remind you, like, I'm watching it in production order, not the order that it aired in. And Grim is here with me, so he may put forth an opinion at some point. So our main plot in this episode is about follows Gale, basically. So we open on a flashback in 1985, and we have a nurse called Holly, and she's approaching her car in the parking lot at night, and the sheriff comes up to her and he's like, I'm afraid you're under arrest for stealing my heart. Like, I mean, honestly, pickup lines in the 90s. Anyway, they're in a relationship, and he's convinced her to steal a file for him that has Caleb's birth record on it, and I think something to do with the Caleb's mother's suicide. So she's kind of figured out that he's the father, so he runs the car off the road into the river, and then we get the opening credits. So I really like these opening sort of bits before the credit sequence. I think they're nicely done, and they're a good little introduction to the show. This episode is called Dead to the World, and well, I guess that title will make sense a little bit later. I think the theme song is different in this episode as well. It doesn't have this kind of cheesy choral, like, whoa, 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 whoa thing going on. Anyway, moving right along from there. Our first subplot is Caleb and his friend from school, Boone. Yes, his name is Boone. I love that. You just don't hear names like that. So they're doing archery practice for a contest, and the sheriff tries to kind of tutor Caleb, because this is what they do with each other, apparently, these two. So he's trying to make Caleb more like himself, and he gets him to kill an innocent animal, and then Caleb feels awful, Merlin feels awful, and they have a conversation, Caleb and Merlin, that he can't ignore the bad side of himself, and he'll have to like deal with it as opposed to running from it. The sheriff intervenes to try and get Caleb to win the competition. I think he thinks that doing that will make Caleb like him, so he gets the teacher to keep Boone back after class so he misses practice. He gives him a really fancy bow, and he tries to coach him to psych out the competition and stuff like that. He also has this thing where he's like, there's no room for friendship on the battlefield, and he tries to convince Caleb that his friend Boone is really his enemy, and like the sheriff is the only person that he can trust, kind of thing, to try and, like, I guess I kind of like this because the way he's trying to isolate Caleb and get him to not trust anyone else feels like a kind of realistic thing that a psycho would do, you know? But yeah, Caleb is nobody's fool, and he's sort of halfway through the competition is like, I don't want to win the fake way. So he gives back the fancy bow and he lets Boone win fairly, basically. And then he's even happy for him. And Merlin looks on from just across where the great lighting is. And she just smiles. It's like, it's very kind of cheesy, but we'll allow it. We have another subplot where we get to know the deputy more. I'm actually starting to really like his character. He felt like a little bit generic in episode 1, but now I kind of feel like he's I don't know, he's kind of more likable. He's kind of just a human being figuring things out, and you know, so we follow him where he's going to visit. He's sort of off duty and he goes to visit his ex-wife and his son, and he's going to intervene because her new husband is like beating her up, and he's not happy about that, obviously. Who would be? When we meet her, she is whitewashing a lawn jockey, and she seems surprised that people think lawn jockeys are racist, and that if she just paints this lawn jockey bright white, that's just going to make it all fine. And I feel like this could be an interesting sort of metaphor, you know, for the town, or it could just be a great way to show like the kinds of people that live in Trinity. But I think it's good writing, I guess, because it kind of tells you a lot without actually using any dialogue. But anyway, so he gets his butt kicked by his ex-wife's new husband, and he says he doesn't want the sheriff's help, but the sheriff goes behind his back and talks to the man anyway. The doctor tells the deputy to like that it's important to get involved because the deputy's son is seeing this and it can have a really negative impact on him, obviously. And he says, why don't you just talk to your son? Like, just start there. But later on, he goes back to talk to the guy, and we see that the sheriff is sorry, my cat's distracting me. He sees that the sheriff is intervening, and the sheriff makes this ex-husband fall on his buzzsaw, which is not what the deputy wanted or asked for or anything like that. So I'm wondering if this could technically be attributed to the deputy later, like maybe the sheriff can use it against him if he doesn't fall into line. There's also a little healing in the relationship between the deputy and his son, we see like sort of at the end of the episode, so that's quite nice. But our main event of the episode is Gail and her looking into Holly's death. So she was actually friends with Holly when she was a kid, and she doesn't know that Holly has died, so she just turns up at Holly's mom's place looking for more information on Caleb and hoping to talk to Holly about it. And then she finds out. So while she's there, she finds out that the sheriff and Holly were in a relationship, so she goes to confront him. But whilst we're here, we see the most intense floral wallpaper, which is so, like, it's so 1995. It's amazing. And also, Holly's mom sells Avon, and I just think there's something about that that's so of that time and says a lot about her character. I know, like, my mom, when I was a kid, bought Avon. She didn't sell it, but Avon parties and stuff like that were big. So, yeah, I just, it was very sort of just something that I noticed, basically. So, let's see. Gail gets Holly's car taken out of the river, and it's obvious that the sheriff didn't even really look for the car, but there's no body in it, and she figures out that Holly couldn't have been driving. So, she figures out that Holly's actually not dead, but in a sanitarium. And when she goes to see Holly at that place,
she finds out that Holly was submerged in water for 4 minutes and the lack of oxygen has given her damage to the brain. Honestly, the way Holly speaks, she just talks about the sheriff and like how she's like in love with him and their romance. And I think maybe, I mean, the implication might be that it's more like a supernatural, some kind of curse or something that the sheriff has done rather than literal damage to the brain. I don't know. That's just something that I suspect. The sheriff interrupts and he says, you know, if you get in the car, I'll show you what happened. And then he tries to convince Gail that Holly tried to kill them both. And then he tries to distract her by kissing her, which is like weird. He seems to think that Gail is like super into him and that her problem is just that not like she's giving him sass because she wants to be his girlfriend, I think is his opinion. So then Gail goes back and talks to Holly's mom about Holly and says, you know, don't hide her away just because she's not perfect and not like a big achiever anymore. You should bring her home. She's not like less perfect. But Holly's mom does these makeovers and she's obsessed with perfection. So when she does bring her home, she's like kind of not really, she makes Holly wear like a nurse's dress and study for nursing exams, but like Holly can't even really understand like where she is and her surroundings and stuff. So I thought that was kind of creepy that the mom seems so normal and nice, but she's actually like kind of weird and obsessive. And the theme or the trope of hiding away from society, that like it's better that your daughter, people think your daughter is dead than that they think that she's not perfect or that she's damaged in some way. I feel like that's very Southern Gothic kind of, or even just Gothic fiction kind of a trope. So it's on theme, I guess. So that's kind of it for the episode. Just, is there anything else I wanted to say about it? This is more like part of the overarching narrative, so we get a little bit of character development. I feel like the sheriff kind of trying to get by Caleb's affection and stuff is kind of, hopefully that I don't just keep doing that, because it feels a little bit like it was good, but if you overdo it, it's just going to feel like filler, you know? So I'm hoping that we have some kind of development there. But yeah, which is Meet the Beatles. This is a fun one. It's kind of a monster of the week, and it has Bruce Campbell coming in to hang out with us in this episode. Bruce Campbell is from Evil Dead, if you're trying to place him. Yeah, so essentially this episode revolves around bones being found in and around the town, and the decomposition is so advanced on them, so they seem like they're really old, but they're actually just recently killed, so it's kind of like a weird what's going on. The initial set of bones is found in a really fun pre-credits sequence where Caleb and Boone are walking through the woods at night, and they go back to his former home that's all burnt down. Caleb finds Merlin's doll that's like all smashed up. It's kind of super creepy. And then his foot goes through the floor, and somehow there's a skull just like stuck on his foot, and it's really fun. It's just like a fun, very kind of cheesy, Halloween-y kind of a moment. So that's our setup. Mostly the stuff with the bones. There's Bruce Campbell. He is Lieutenant Dre. He's the brother-in-law of the first passed and found deceased.
So he's sort of called in by her to take a look and see what's up. His theory is that Selena has a connection to this person, and the sheriff kind of hints that maybe she's the reason that there are bones. She had something to do with it, but because the relationship between her and the sheriff is not going so well apparently at this point, but Lieutenant Dre actually suspects that the sheriff has something to do with it because he seems to be very jealous of Selena, and it also seems like everybody in town is really, all of the men are just really into her, like she's some kind of siren or something. So yeah, that's kind of our setup. Gail is kind of on the case a little bit. She's mostly there to help push the mystery plot points forward, like help to kind of give us information more than anything. Initially, she finds a ring on the body that lets her know who the person is, but she also sees some kind of a vision. She insists on the bones being looked at by the coroner, and the sheriff appears randomly in this scene as well. I don't mean he appears like randomly, like he shouldn't be there. It's just that he does this thing where he sort of magically appears, but no one ever comments on it. But anyway, the sheriff kind of lets us know that he owns Caleb's old place. It's his now because Gage owed him money, and you get the impression that something more is going to go on with that. And he kind of dismisses the bones. I guess he just doesn't really want to deal with it, but then he realizes he kind of has to. So Gail is the one who goes to the local paleontologist at the Natural History Museum to ask about how the bones could be bones instead of a corpse, basically. And the lady there is like super weird. I love her. And she talks about how they use beetles to strip things down to the bones. So she seems really, really into these bugs. Later, Gail also goes to talk to Selena at her house, and we find that the house is just full of flowers from somebody called Aussie. So yeah, that's kind of her job in this episode. So there's a second killing. So what we get is Selena goes to, she has a key to like the pool. I think it's at the school or something because the coach is there, and the coach is like just this massive creeper, and he's really icky, and he's married, and she makes it clear she's not interested. And we see that there's a moment between the sheriff and the coach where we see the sheriff kind of like wants people to pay less attention to Selena, like he's kind of jealous. But yeah, later the coach shows up at the pool when Selena's there by herself. And I love these scenes where she's in the pool because she's got full makeup on to go swimming, and it's like obviously waterproof, and I don't know, I just kind of find that funny. I feel like maybe that's like something that Selena would actually do. But anyway, she leaves to get away from him because he's not taking no for an answer. And he says like, oh, what am I supposed to do here by myself? And she's like, stroke, like, you know, as in like swimming, but not as in swimming. Yeah, you didn't really need me to explain that one to you, did you? But anyway, somebody comes along while he's in the showers with a massive knife, and he has this bloody pool death thing that happens. You don't really see much, but there's a lot of blood everywhere. Can't say I'm sorry that he got killed off. But these scenes in the pool are, it's nighttime, and there's just something about, you know, the empty swimming pool late at night that's just a really good thing, I think, in horror movies. So I like these scenes. There's a few of them as well, because later on Selena goes back to the pool after it all wraps up. But basically the sheriff's kind of hinting that Selena has something to do with this death as well, whereas Bruce Campbell's character, Lieutenant Dre, still thinks that it makes more sense that it would be the sheriff because of their kind of weird relationship. So they're kind of on opposite sides there. And the Lieutenant Dre puts the sheriff under investigation. But later, after the second body is found, like all stripped and it's just bones, we head back to Trinity Museum, which literally has a roach on its like signage as a logo, which I'm like, that's so Trinity, you know, like, I don't know, cockroaches are gross. Anyway, so yeah, Dre goes to talk to the bug lady, but she's super weird and kind of disappears and stuff. And then in the bug room, he goes in there. Later, Gale follows him, looking for him there, and it's all spooky. And she finds that somebody there has been watching Selena, and this person, Ozzy, who has been sending Selena flowers and stuff. He's actually been killing people off to try and protect her from creepy men who like creep on her. So Gale confronts him, but we realize, or we are shown, that Lieutenant Dre is actually in a box being eaten alive by the bugs that strip the bones. So that's pretty intense. And the sheriff kind of randomly turns up to help Gale out because she's being threatened by Aussie, and then she just bails. Gale bails. She just leaves. And I'm like, she's just gonna leave Bruce Campbell in the box? Because you know the sheriff's gonna leave him in there. So that's kind of dark. But the sheriff deals with it, and then later he goes to the pool where Selena is again, and he talks to her, and he's like, oh, I owe you an apology. And I find this really interesting because the sheriff obviously didn't know that Selena wasn't doing it, and he didn't know that Selena, like, what she was getting up to with other people. He seemed to not know, you know, what was real, like what was rumor, so she could obviously like trick him, which means he's, even though he can appear and disappear, he's obviously not all-knowing, or he's definitely human in some way. What else? I kind of don't feel bad for it, the guys that got killed, in the context of it being a TV show, because they were all creeps and she wasn't encouraging them in any way. But yeah. It seems like the sheriff and Selena have kind of made up in this episode a little bit, but also maybe not, you know? So later the sheriff turns up at Gale's place with flowers and warns her that he's like controls her will or something. So she's like, I didn't want to leave town, and he's like, you only didn't leave town because I didn't want you to leave town, or something like that. So yeah, I found that kind of intriguing. I just really like this plot with Bruce Campbell and the bugs. Like, it's just creepy and crawly, and just the way it escalates to Bruce Campbell being eaten alive by bugs in a box, and like, I don't know, it's just kind of one of those things that they do so well in this show where it's just really dark. Yeah, I also kind of find it funny, there are a couple of scenes with Bruce Campbell in the sheriff's office. He just lets himself in there, and it will be like daytime outside, but when they're in the office it's nighttime. Like, I just kind of like that. It's like just perpetually night in the sheriff's office. So that's the main plot. The secondary plot is Caleb, and there's not a lot to it, really, but it's nice and bleak, as we've come to expect from this lovely little show. So Caleb takes the broken doll to Merlin's grave, and the doll is really creepy, but he sees his own gravestone, and it freaks him out, and he wants to know more about his family, and he's upset that pretty much everyone in the family is dead. He has this cousin, and that's kind of it. And so Merlin shows up and tries to comfort him, and he basically just tells her to get lost. And she does. So Caleb goes back to the grave and digs it up, which I can't say that I would have done at age 10. And he has nightmares about doing this and different things. He calls Merlin after a nightmare for help, and she doesn't come to him, so that's kind of upsetting. And then at one point he's by the side of the grave, and the sheriff turns up and tells him to dig it up, and the casket is full of money. So he's literally trying to tempt him with cash. It's like, I don't know, this guy just isn't subtle. So we know it's some kind of a setup. Like, if he agrees to sort of take the money from the sheriff, then he's, you know, he's being tempted. It's sort of like he's making some kind of a decision. And we know that, like, you're making a deal with the devil, essentially, when you're dealing with the sheriff. He says some weird stuff to Caleb as well, like about how he's going to end up or something. I don't know, he's messing with his head. Basically, the casket's full of money. The sheriff tries to tell him that if he goes to live with him, he's going to have this like plush life and it's all going to be easy. And Merlin just isn't hanging out with him, isn't helping him, she's just gone. So later at the very end of the episode, we find out that the sheriff thinks Caleb took the money, but actually he took the money and gave it to the widows of the two women that were whose husbands died in this episode. Sheriff's pretty mad about that, which is kind of fun. But later at the very end, he's saying his prayers at bedtime and he apologizes to Merlin, and she doesn't come to him at all. So something is very wrong between the two of them. So that's this episode, but mostly it's about the Beetles eating people. Yay. There's a fun little like kind of thing that the sheriff has. There's this deputy called Floyd, and he just keeps like saying, Floyd, do you know who I am? And like Floyd's afraid of him. And so he's like, you're Sheriff Lucas Buck? And like, he doesn't really understand why he's asking him. And it kind of keeps happening throughout the episode. And I don't know, it's just kind of funny the way it's thrown in there. But yeah, that's pretty much episode 7 for you guys. Meet the Beatles with guest star Bruce Campbell. This one is Strong Arm of the Law, and it's kind of a gem. I don't know why I like this episode, but I just do. Is Caleb going to wear yet another striped tee? Is this show just the backstory of Annie from Sesame Street? Let's find out. Okay, so this one opens with another like evening of Boone and Caleb just out late at night. It's like 8:30 p.m. and they're just out playing. It's kind of, I don't know why I find like, you guys are probably rolling your eyes at me for even mentioning it. Like, yeah, we all did that, but like, it's dark. I don't know. I wasn't allowed to play outside like by myself at that time of night. Anyway, that's enough about that. They have this weird conversation about somebody called Davy Sharp, but I had to rewind it a couple of times because it sounded like they're saying Baby Shark, and I was like, there can't be somebody in their town named Baby Shark. Like, that would just be so weird. Anyway, the point is, Davy Sharp has told them like how to be peeping Toms, which is reassuring. So they sneak up to this house expecting to see like a woman showering, and instead, like, which he's like told them how to do or told them that he's done. It's just really weird. Anyway, they overhear some guys talking, and when they peek in, it's 3 men with these it's 3 men murdering someone in the bathtub. And when they turn around, they've got these creepy pig head masks on, which actually look kind of sort of realistic, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so I kind of was like, you know, something bad is going to happen to these guys because they're bad guys and whatever. And I was like thinking, you know, nothing good happens to peeping Toms. Like, if you guys know your Greek myths, Tiresias went blind from being a peeping Tom, and Actaeon was turned into a stag and killed by his own hunting hounds. So, just saying, generally, it's not like a good thing to get into for many reasons. Anyway, next morning after the credits, we have two shady types at the breakfast table. There is something about a 90s bad guy where you're just like, these guys are obviously bad guys. It's just like the shoulder pads or something, I don't know. But they have grits, and one of the guys calls them mashed potatoes. And two things strike me about this. A, I've never had grits and I'm super curious about what they're like. And B, where is Loris? That's what I want to know. So they are called to the house where the guy was murdered. The sheriff's there, our good friend Ben is there, and the doctor is there. And the sheriff kind of, in the casual way that he has, sort of is like, okay, well, it looks like he had some heart failure or some, like kind of brushes it off. But the doc says that he should look into it a little bit more. And then Ben just kind of quietly points out to the sheriff that the man who died didn't support the sheriff for re-election. So the hint is that, maybe the sheriff knows more than he's saying, which, I mean, obviously. But the sheriff takes Ben's coffee and just pours it out. Like, it's so mean. So mean. So basically what we learn is that there's some new guys in town and they're sort of doing like a protection racket. They say that they are collecting for a retired sheriff's fund, but if you don't pay into it, they beat you up basically. So yeah, super shady. These guys are amazing. Like, nobody did shady, like, bad guys, like 90s TV. Like, they have this facial hair thing and these shoulder pads. They always have these beige or gray colored, like, outfits. And, yeah, I don't know. They just look slimy. It's amazing. Anyway, they beat up our good friend, Ben, who is the deputy, in case you forgot. And I was just thinking, poor Ben, like he just always gets beaten up on. Later, somebody is talking about it and they say, like, Ben didn't have a run-in with them, more like got run over. It's like, I don't know why I find this stuff so funny, but like, it's just cheesy. Anyway, people in town are sort of losing faith in the sheriff because some of them kind of know, they turn a blind eye to the sheriff because they know that he's probably going to protect them. So if people are allowed to beat them up, then that kind of defeats the point of having, like, putting up with the sheriff, basically. Later, the doctor kind of notices this. It's like in a conversation in the hospital that the sheriff's having with someone else. But the doctor offers to give him a health check to check his Achilles heel. Like, what a zinger. Anyway. So, the sheriff decides he's going to go have a word with these guys. So, Caleb overhears all of this, but the sheriff basically says to them, like, I don't have a problem with you, but you're not being subtle enough. So he's like, you can basically come on the payroll. And when the sheriff offers you something, what he's offering you is not a good idea, but by the time he's making you an offer, the alternative, like, if you say no, is probably worse. So, here we go. Caleb does like a sheriff moment as well and just appears in the sheriff's car. The sheriff's always just like appearing everywhere. Anyway, basically they're not interested in working with him. They're not really suspicious, I guess. Caleb searches the room in the boarding house because it's the same boarding house he's staying in. He goes into the room and he finds a metal case filled with, like, basically just with loot. But the guys come back while he's still in their room. And at minute 19:27, like into the episode, that guy just does this hilarious freak out. Like, it's kind of minor, but he's just really like jerky and like, I don't know, it's like he's on something. Anyway, later they go into Caleb's room and threaten him. And this is kind of like a turning point maybe, They have their masks on. They threaten him not to bother them or not to say anything. And they take back the suitcase that he took out of their room. And Caleb calls on Merlin. And I was thinking at this point, like, I hope she turns up because I like when she's in the episode. I think she's cool. But instead of her turning up, he just kind of like gets this funny look in his face. And then he lets out this like inhuman roar, like really, really loud. And they get weirded out and leave. And Caleb thanks Merlin. But I was kind of wondering, like, did she really help him just then? Or was that something else? Anyway. So the sheriff's been like basically handing these guys bourbon. And one of them is just kind of out in the town. And he gets the guy into his car. And the guy's like, oh, I don't really want to be in the back of your car because I'm claustrophobic. And you just, as soon as I heard that, I was like, something very bad is going to happen to you because you said claustrophobic. And so we just know you're going to, like, this is just not going to go well for you. So the sheriff basically gaslights him sort of into saying that he confessed to the killing. And then we're at Will Hawkins' funeral. So he's the man that died, who was killed in the bathtub, basically. And I was like, oh man, here we go. So the sheriff put one of the guys, the one that was in his car, he's put him, like, buried him alive in the coffin with the dead body of the man that he killed. Like, holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah, so as a little warning as well, the sheriff makes one of their dollar bills bleed, which was kind of cool. Anyway. Caleb tells Gale what he's heard and what he knows. And basically this is where the sheriff gets the second guy from the group. While she's talking to him, he ends up like threatening Gale with a knife and kind of being all rapey. And the sheriff just comes and knocks the guy out, and then he just picks him up like he doesn't weigh anything and just walks off with him. He's just picking them off one by one. Isn't that great? Like, I don't know. It's not great, obviously. It's horrible and dark, but you know what I mean. So out of the two guys that's left, one of them's overconfident and the other one's freaking out. So the one that's freaking out goes to the sheriff's office looking for his buddies, right? And he's like, I've got bail money, because he assumes they've been arrested. So the sheriff takes the bail money, writes him a receipt, and then says he doesn't have them. He says, oh, I don't have them, they escaped. So then the guy gets all nervous again. Not as good as the first time he got nervous, but still pretty good. And then they arrest this guy. And then there's this scene where the sheriff is on this giant 90s cordless phone. Like, it's huge. And he's making all these like puns. He's on a call to someone, he's just making puns over the phone while this guy behind him is like hanging to like almost to death. But then I guess the sheriff decides that that's too easy. So he basically that cuts to a scene with our friend, the doctor, trying to revive him. And the sheriff walks into the room, and then suddenly the guy's fine. And I was like, the sheriff just walks into the operating theater all the time. Like, this town is so weird. And yeah, so the last little bit, just to wrap it all up, the sheriff offers them a second chance, but now he says that they owe him. There's this great little moment where there's a crash zoom and like the door slams behind him. He's so, like, this character has such a flair for the dramatic, like from his puffy sleeved pirate shirts to like appearing places and like giving these like little zinger, like really dark puns. Anyway, it's just a nice little moment. So they decide to leave town. He basically said, you know, you guys should head north, and they don't. They head south. So the sheriff just blocks off the road. They run off the road, and then whilst they're like, the car's like upside down, so whilst they're there, he handcuffs them to each other and then sticks a lit flare in the like gas tank doobie. You know the thing with the gas tank. He just sticks the flare in there, and yeah, he throws them a knife, and he's like, basically, one of you can get away if you cut the other one's arm off, or you can just sit there till the whole car blows up. And there's just this little 1 second moment where one of the the brothers, I think the brothers like picks up the knife like he's gonna do it. It's horrible. So yeah, another cheerful episode. Poor Ben. I've like starting to have a real like Ben is not, the deputy Ben is not like a major character, I guess, but I'm starting to have a real soft spot for him because he's trying to stand up to this guy, and it's just, you can't stand up to the sheriff. Like, it's just, you can't, once you're in, you can't get out, you know? I don't know, he just seems like a nice guy. And I mean, the sheriff poured out his coffee. Like, that's so nasty. Don't steal people's coffee and pour it out. That's just, don't do that. Don't mess with people's coffee. The final song on this one is like an odd little tango as well. So I was like, that's kind of interesting. So yeah, that was episode 8, Strong Arm of the Law. I know I shouldn't laugh at this stuff. It's very dark, but you know, it's so 90s. I don't know. Okay, you crazy kids. This one is American Gothic episode 9, To Hell and Back. And this one, maybe on your playlist or like your DVD, is number 14, but it should be watched here at number 9 for like story continuity. Yeah, this is kind of a good one. We get to spend some time with our friend, Dr. Matt Crower. So yeah, let's just dive right in. We open on a pre-credits flashback that just sets up that the doctor is struggling with his feelings about his family's death. So if you guys remember, I guess it's kind of maybe a little bit hard to forget, because the sheriff mentions it all the time. Basically, the doctor was an alcoholic, and one time he was drunk, his wife and child were in the car, and something happened and he killed them, or he was driving when the accident happened. So he's like tormented by the memory of that, basically. Yeah, I kind of thought it was an interesting little opener. It's got a very dreamlike, sort of almost monochrome thing going on, and I was just thinking, wow, Caleb must have stayed home tonight, because so many of these openers are him and Boone like out late getting up to mischief. So we open on a auction for charity of some kind. The sheriff is in a suit for a change, so kind of missed that vest when he doesn't wear it. He always has a array of them. So yeah, the doctor's kind of feeling a lot of feelings, and the sheriff calls him one big asset, you know, like he's an ass at, yeah, well, you get the idea. Basically, the doctor's contract is up on the agenda with the hospital board, and the sheriff wants to discredit him and get rid of him. He does not appreciate his presence. We meet somebody called Doreen, who we haven't really seen before. She's very flirty with the doctor, and her husband is an alcoholic and is drinking at this thing. And yeah, later we see Selena comes on an accident, and she has this bright yellow car. I was just thinking when I saw it, you don't see yellow cars anymore. There's also like this moment, I almost forgot to mention this, at the charity auction, where Caleb just really doesn't like apple pie. Like, this is like the second time it's been mentioned in an episode that he's like, I really don't like apple pie. What's wrong with apple pie, Caleb? What's wrong with apple pie? Anyway, so basically Doreen and her husband have been in an accident, and because it was a drunk driving accident, the doctor's like kind of, I guess, like triggered, or it's around the 3-year anniversary of his wife and child's death as well, so it's all kind of coming to a head. But whenever he just starts seeing patients in the hospital and having these like things where he sees his wife or his daughter's face, or like hears them talking to him and stuff, and he says something to someone where he says like the worst thing is that you don't have that moment where you can say goodbye, because
Doreen's in a coma, and it reminds him of his wife being in a coma before dying. Yeah, so basically this isn't good. Doreen's husband is brought in by the sheriff, basically just so the sheriff can stand in the doctor's office and just taunt him for being an alcoholic, and he's like super smug about it. And it's just such a like, it's such a Sheriff Lucas Buck moment. Like, you just know he's been looking forward to this moment all day. When the doctor's not in the room, we learn that the sheriff told Chester, Doreen's husband is called Chester. You don't hear that name anymore. Basically, the sheriff put Chester up to driving home while drunk, and then he's just really chill that Chester is pretty much going to hang for it. The doctor at one point starts to look for a drink, like he's sort of, you can tell that maybe he's going to crack. And yeah, there's a moment in the bar. Apparently sometimes the doctor just goes and hangs out in a bar and drinks club soda. So it's really just a chance for Selena to stop by his table in this really nice red polka dot dress, actually. I think polka dots are very stylish. Yeah, so that's how we find out it's the 3-year anniversary since anything that matters. Like, I do feel really sorry for the doctor, but he's very intensely emo in this whole, I mean, you would be, don't get me wrong, but it's like, it's very dramatic is what I'm trying to say. She tries to get him to drink and he doesn't take it, so then it's sheriff time. Basically, he does a thing where he just appears and he sort of says he wants to make peace with Matt, but he kind of also admits that he just wants to get rid of him. So he offers him a chance to revisit his wife and daughter and make peace with them, and then just be like in oblivion, just to end the suffering they have to live with every day. So he basically gives him a drink that will send him back to the time so he can say goodbye to his wife and daughter, and then presumably I guess die in the accident is sort of the implication. But he says something interesting. He said to Gail as well that he didn't choose Trinity. Trinity chose him. So that seems to be like, I don't know if that's meant to be a clue or if it's just the sheriff being, you know, kind of talking himself up a little bit there. So yeah, he goes back. He's in a car with his wife and daughter. His daughter gives him a letter that he puts in his pocket. And we learn that the previous night, apparently he got drunk and called his wife's dad a fascist. Can you imagine that, like, that party? Like, you've got your husband there and he gets so drunk that people have to step over him at the party, and then he calls your dad a fascist. Like, that's not great. So what we learn is that she was planning on leaving him, and because, you know, she just, nothing was improving and everything, and they got into a fight and she pulled the car over and sort of threw him out of the car, I guess. And then when she drove off, she was in an accident just after that, and so that repeats itself. But now that he's sober, he can tell that the accident wasn't his fault, or maybe couldn't have been prevented. So that's kind of interesting. I guess it alleviates his guilt to some extent, or maybe he's just a bit easier to live with. Yeah, so then we have a hearing of the board, whether they're going to renew the doctor's contract, and the sheriff's like basically tells them that he's gone, but then of course the doctor appears in the doorway, very dramatic, and he says, the sheriff's like, damn it, like, I thought I was rid of you. And the doctor, Matt Crower, is basically like, oh no, I don't want oblivion now I'm gonna take you down. It's not his exact words, but you get the idea. And on the way out, he still has the letter in his pocket that his daughter gave him in the vision. And then he has this moment. I find this kind of funny. So he sees this girl in a wheelchair, and it's supposed to be a moment where he smiles and then she smiles. But because of the lighting, he looks super creepy. So
Anyway, so that's our A plot. There's a small B plot that's quite nice as well, with Caleb. So there's a guy next door called Mr. Emmett, and he only comes out at night. And one night the kids see him dragging like a sack along. So they dare Caleb to go over and talk to him. And they tell him a bunch of rumors, and the guy's burying something in the pumpkin patch. And then it's a full moon, so he just screams at the moon. So, yeah, Caleb isn't brave enough to go over there. But the next day he's hanging out with Gail in the garden, and she's planting poisonous plants. As you do when there are children around. She tells him not to spread like gossip or not believe gossip. And Caleb's like, I'm pretty sure he's burying people in the pumpkin patch. And I'm like, that's not unreasonable because this is Trinity. Like, people do this here. So the next night he then heads over there again, and it's all spooky sound design with like owls and stuff. The man catches him, and we see like an open grave. But again, Caleb runs away, and then later Gail kind of says to Caleb, why don't we just go over there and talk to him during daylight, like good neighbors? And Caleb's like, no, why don't I go over there? So he does. And the guy next door, Mr. Emmett, kind of looks like he's dressed like a prospector in like a cartoon, like kind of the like white beard and the old hat and stuff. Anyway, it turns out, and this is kind of sad, actually it's very sad, it turns out he was burying his pet dog, and he was like, this dog is the only friend I've ever had. And I'm like, my heart just like cracked. So apparently someone poisoned his pet, which is really just horrible. I felt really sorry for him. Yeah, and then Merlin is there, and the dog is with her. And she tells us that basically all dogs go to heaven. And then the dog just goes over and sits by Mr. Emmett. And then Mr. Emmett smiles like he can't see the dog, but he's somehow like comforted by his presence. Isn't that nice? My gosh. There's something like people losing their pets, like breaks my heart. So yeah, I guess this show kind of likes to tell us that appearances are deceiving, which always reminds me of I was gonna say it reminds me of it, and then I forget the title. Harper Lee's book, To Kill a Mockingbird, where that's set in the South as well, and there's people who are not outwardly respectable, or who are like, there's all this town gossip about them, but then when you actually get to know them, they're often like really nice people, and that's kind of a theme here in this show as well. So there's that, and that's pretty much the episode. It's a good little episode. I like it because we get to spend some time with the doctor, and I think it gives him something like an out, so he's not just like this one note guy that gets stressed and is an alcoholic. It's like we kind of get a little personal growth or whatever. And yeah, I was thinking, usually when I watch a TV show, there's like one person or something that just annoys me, or one aspect that bothers me. I'm not good at watching TV for that reason. And yeah, watching this, I pretty much like everyone, like quite a lot. I think the sheriff is really good. I think Caleb's really good. I really like Gail. I think she's a great character. I find Selena really fun because she's just kind of, I don't know, she's kind of great. So, and even Deputy Ben, good old Deputy Ben, poor man. I think he's just interesting, and so I don't know. I think it's a very solid show so far. Okay, episode 10, The Beast Within. This is such a good title for this episode, and you will see why. So, this is episode 13 in air date order, but it's number 10 for us, watching it in the correct order. This is kind of a locked room episode in that, like, pretty much all takes place in the hospital. So yeah, locked room episodes. I think there's another name for them as well. It's where a TV show has an episode that's like lower budget because everyone's in one space together. So there's not a lot of like, not a lot of extras, not a lot of different locations and stuff like that. So it's usually one of the cheaper episodes. But I think it's good because often the really creative episodes come out of that as well. Anyway, we open with Caleb having a nightmare. So he dreams that he's in an asylum hallway, but it kind of looks like a prison. And
And there's like a guy at the end, like just in his pants. It's kind of creepy in itself. It's all like dimly lit and stuff. It's very like Goosebumps Halloween kind of vibes. Yeah, and like hands sort of reaching out between the bars to grab him, and the guy at the end of the hall, the sort of like last cell, is calling out for his father, and then the sheriff shows up and shows him I think it's a razor blade, and the man cuts himself, and then Caleb wakes up screaming. So then we have the credits. It's a really good little opener, actually. It's very effective. So then we have a man in a military uniform, and he's shopping for a like a calculator watch. It can change the channel as well, so it's very of its time. It's pretty fun. He wants to give the clerk $5 for it, and obviously it's worth more than that, so he pulls a gun on the guy. And then we cut to Ben and the sheriff in the car, and Ben's talking about the ex-husband that we saw in a previous episode. He's being a bit nicer, but he's bragging about his prosthetic hand and trying to like be all cool. And Ben feels like his son doesn't look up to him anymore. So I was like, Ben, that's not your fault. You live in Trinity, okay? But the sheriff gives him a pep talk, and they get called to the store where this guy is. On entering, the store clerk shoots the robber, and we learn that the robber is a man called Artie, who is Ben's brother. So that's our little setup. The sheriff is taken hostage. He doesn't carry a gun. I don't know if I've mentioned that before. I guess when you're the sheriff like this, like, you don't have to worry about guns. So, you know. But yeah, he basically convinces the guy, because he's been shot, he's like, Artie, you should go to the hospital, which he does. Caleb is there telling Dr. Matt Crower and Gail, his cousin, about his dreams, and he's upset about them. And then Artie bursts in with the sheriff, and it's the guy from Caleb's dream. So yes, he does have a striped shirt on in this episode. Artie wants the bullet taken out. The sheriff kind of hints that he hopes the doctor gets shot in the situation. And this is where my cat left the room. So Grim always watches stuff with me, and but he and I both hate the sound of fire alarms, and Grim just like left the room because the alarms go off in the show, and he's just like, nope. That's a horror movie for him. Anyway, Ben turns up and tries to sort stuff out. So there's a moment here where the sheriff sarcastically asks if Ben is the middle child. Like, I don't know why I find this so funny. He just loves like saying mean stuff about Ben. Anyway, so basically Ben tries to talk to his brother Artie and tries to smooth things over. Artie wants an ambulance, but it's weird because he doesn't want a getaway car. He wants to go back to this other ward that he was on. So we find out he escaped from an asylum, and he has some kind of a plan. He handcuffs Caleb and Gail, and so that kind of keeps him in one room, I guess. Yeah, and so then we find out that he has a bomb that he's put in his own stomach, and if his heart rate drops, it will go off. So it's kind of like, you know, it's basically like Speed, you know, with the bus. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of where the title comes from, right? Like the beast within. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of belaboring the point. Let's move on. Yeah, so for this whole episode, Ben is trying to think about what to do, and he's kind of like, the nurse is the only one left in the building because they've evacuated, and she kind of helps him and kind of looks up to him, and you know, gives him a bit of admiration and attention. Gail accuses the sheriff of engineering the situation, but she's not sure why, and his response is just to flirt with her. And we find out that Artie's plan was to get to his old ward where everybody was like a PTSD or veteran or something. Like basically everybody wanted to die there, and he's like, I've got this bomb, I'm going to go there, I'm going to blow all of us up that wanted to die. So yeah, we also learned that when Audie and Ben were on a hunting trip with their dad when they were kids, Audie accidentally shot and killed their father. So yeah. And Audie had dreams too, so everyone's having dreams in this episode. The sheriff kind of uses the thing to try and like win Caleb over, or like he's being very you should just accept that I'm your dad, and fathers are really important, and look how you could end up without a father. Like you could end up like Audie or something if you don't have a father, which is like a pretty screwed up message. So the ambulance does come, and Ben kind of considers shooting his own brother. The nurse on duty with him, like the one remaining person in the hospital, like says that he shouldn't do that. Ben kind of says that Lucas is letting this happen, so he's aware of it too. And yeah, Sheriff basically doesn't care about Audie or anyone, and is pretty open about that. But the doctor has an actual plan. And in response to that, the sheriff's like, I could have ended things at any time. And Gail's like, oh yeah, really? How? And he's like, 'cause I'm Lucas Buck, which is like actually a valid point. The situation with the ambulance goes wrong. Like Ben kind of screws it up. Audie thinks he's out of time. So the sheriff makes a deal. And it wouldn't be an episode if the sheriff didn't make a deal with somebody. So he drops Ben in it with Audie by saying like, I'm going to swap like my life for Ben's. And then the doctor punches the sheriff in the face. It's pretty great. He kind of hardly reacts. And then the sheriff hits the doctor back harder. And Caleb says that he hates him. And you know what? Don't hit the doctor in the face. He's cool. He's the guy from Medium. I like this guy, you know? And Caleb's awesome. Like, he's so polite, but also speaks his mind. Like, he's cool. Anyway. So basically, the setup now, the doctor's had his hand, and he says to Ben that you'll have to operate on Audie to get the bomb out, because the doctor's hand is hurt. There's a tiny moment that sometimes I can't hear, like with the accent and the background music. Sometimes I like can't hear every single word, but I think Caleb said that he could hear Audie's prayers, and like Audie's like, you knew I could hear them or something. So he basically tells Audie to be a nicer person. And then Ben and Audie have a moment. They hug it out, and the sheriff says they're like a bad war movie, which, you know, Audie in this episode is in a military uniform, so, you know. They knock him out. Caleb is surprised that the sheriff came back for them, because he said he was going to swap himself, save his own butt, but that's not what he does. And then Ben has to do the operation on his brother to remove the bomb, and it's like pretty funny. Like, it's gruesome, and they also just like squirt blood in his face, and I find that funny because there's like a little bit of blood on the nurse, loads of blood just being like squirted on Ben, and the doctor is like right next to him and like just very serious, and there's like not a drop on him. It's just kind of funny. Very dramatic. They pull out a cigarette case, and for a second Ben's like, oh, it was just a cigarette case, and then he's like, oh no, it's a bomb, and he throws it down the hazard chute, and then he's a hero. Yeah, I mean, I know it's all engineered, but nice work, Ben, for like keeping your head and sorting things out with your brother. Yeah, so that's it. The sheriff and Ben are like a little bit easier with each other after this, because Ben's like the town hero, and Caleb is kind of like unsure about the sheriff. So the very final scene is a little another dream sequence. Caleb dreams that the sheriff, he's back in that hallway that he was at the start in the asylum, and he's like looking around himself, and the sheriff says that when somebody loses their father, they lose their way, and it's kind of like trying to frighten Caleb into trusting him, I guess, or into spending time with him and stuff. But he says, you know, it's your dream to Caleb. and then he's like, puts his hand out like, take my hand. And instead Caleb shoots him, and then he's like, it's my dream. So I think it's kind of interesting. Caleb's really aware in this episode, I think, that a lot of this is like the sheriff's kind of doing. And it's interesting because sometimes in this episode, I'm not sure. The sheriff always has options because of, like, he has powers or something, you know, but a couple of times in this, things don't go exactly the way he planned them, it appears. So I kind of wonder if, like, I guess we know that he has some kind of deal with the devil, but I don't know if the sheriff actually is the devil or whatever. So, you know, that still remains to be seen. So yeah, it's a good little episode. Nice and simple. And yeah, we're getting through these. Episode 11. So this is pretty much exactly halfway through all the episodes that they made. This one is Merlin heavy, which I really like. I think I kind of missed her in the other episodes. We haven't seen her in a little bit, and I think she's a really nice kind of juxtaposition to Sheriff Buck and that kind of thing. She's like kind of innocent, and she always has like the lighter colored lighting and the white dress and stuff. So yeah, I think she's a good addition to the show, and I like Sarah Paulson, so that's fun too. Yeah, so here we get to kind of see a little bit more about how she feels. So in the little pre-credits moment, we have Kayla being picked on by some local like teens who are down by the river, and there's just a guy in from out of town. We find out later his name's Ray, but it's Danny Masterson from that 70s show. So he's so young. And Merlin comes to comfort Caleb, and she's kind of frustrated because she can't help him, and it's not his fault that people are sort of being mean to Caleb. And Danny Masterson thinks that Caleb is responding to him because he can't see Merlin. And so Merlin's kind of touched by Ray's, you know, protecting her brother, and she admires his like sort of motorcycle and stuff like that. So he's I know he's funny because he's just like got the denim jacket and the like longer hair, and like it's curly. It's very 90s. And I know I say that pretty much every episode, but anyway. But the sheriff at the start was watching the whole thing, so I don't think he knew up until this episode that Merlin was kind of still around in some way. So that's news to him. We get a different opening credits for this as well. We get there's like a little bit of music, but it's mostly Merlin's voice saying like someone's at the door. Like it's kind of more of a sort of montage, and the sheriff explains the show to us like in voiceover, kind of from his perspective. Kind of annoyingly, we get some later plot points given away, but I think this was one of the episodes that I think was shown out of order, so that might be why the credits are different. But anyway. So yeah, this is a nice weird episode. Gail has a friend in from out of town called Christy, and she's pregnant, very heavily pregnant, and yeah, she's had like 3 miscarriages before, and she's a little bit like, she's really happy that this baby's like healthy, but she's also kind of worried because she's had those miscarriages. She's like, you know, has that fear that it could happen again. And Merlin kind of blows in and out at the start of the episode, quite literally, because she's having some strong feelings. She's feeling pretty distressed. She just has that very teen thing of, you know, it's not fair. It's not fair that she's dead. It's not fair that their lives were ruined, and that she can't sort of feel things. But you can tell that some of it is that she never got to be a normal teenager as well. So, you know, I think that's a fair complaint. Yeah, so just like something I noticed in one of these early scenes is that so when Caleb initially goes to this boarding house, there's this lady there and her name's Loris, and she's awarded custody of him. And now the person that plays Rose's mom, so like one of the little girl that he hangs out with sometimes, her mom seems to be running the boarding house. So I guess that scene where Loris was choking, he just killed her. Like, maybe, like, I just don't really get what happened there. But anyway, maybe we'll find out. I don't know. But anyway, so Christy ends up having like some kind of an attack of some kind and goes to hospital. And we see Merlin kind of hanging around. There's a really great little scene at this point where Caleb is at school and he's in art class and all the kids are painting this vase of flowers and it's like sunflowers or something, and so they all have these bright kind of colors, and Caleb's just painting this like black, like this blackened ruin basically, and like he's just like, he's painting what he sees. It's just funny. I feel like I feel like there was always that kid at school who was like that. Anyway, we hear Merlin's voice in this scene and she's like, I'm on my way, and Caleb's kind of like, what? And then the sheriff just appears and is like, who are you talking to? So he knows something is up. You can't really get much past Sheriff Buck, to be fair. We have a quick scene where the sheriff makes a deal with Ray, and like Ray's basically, needs gas money and he has no way to earn it, and so he makes a deal with the sheriff. So you just gotta have one of those in each of these episodes, right? Somebody has to make a deal with the sheriff. Yeah, and then Merlin turns up at the boarding house in a real body, and she's got the 90s flannel shirt over a white t-shirt with the jeans, like Angela Chase approved outfit, It's funny. She has breakfast with them, and there's this like cute moment where she's just eating really quickly because she hasn't tasted food in ages, and the people at the boarding house are kind of asking some questions about, she's got some story about losing her clothes and money. It's Sarah Paulson, so it's the same, like, the implication is that she just looks like herself. She hasn't taken somebody else's body, so we don't at this point know how she got there, but she's pretty sure that because she never really went out, because she was kind of catatonic a lot of the time before, like she thinks no one's going to recognize her around town. And she hints that she can't stay for long. She and Caleb have some like fun times hanging out and playing hide and seek and stuff, which is cute. But it's funny because she has this like meet cute moment with Ray on a boat and she just ditches Caleb, and I'm like, that's such a classic teenage sister move. But anyway, Caleb's not impressed with that. He's like, if you're here, you should be hanging out with me, which is kind of a valid point, but this girl never got to go on a date, so I kind of understand her perspective to some extent. There's a kind of sense a little bit later on from something that she says to Ray that she is kind of undecided about whether she can stick around. But she goes on like a really cute date with Ray, stuff like that. The sheriff's like super interested in her. So he ends up threatening Ray with like, and wants Ray to basically like spy on Hallie, but Ray actually has feelings for her, which is, they're really cute, these two. Meanwhile, Gail's friend Christy, she's at the hospital and she's told the baby may not be okay, and I guess by this point we kind of know that somehow Merlin has used Christy's baby's like spirit to kind of manifest herself somehow, but in her mind she's just kind of borrowing the life force, but obviously it's having like real effect on Christy. And yeah, the doctor tries to be very comforting and encouraging of Christy, but he's like, we have to induce pregnancy, so it's quite serious. There's a moment where the sheriff wants to talk to Caleb, and he's basically just trying to undermine Caleb's trust in Hallie and Merlin. I don't know if he's kind of 100% yet figured out they're the same person, but he probably has. Oh no, he would have, because he knows what Merlin looks like. So yeah, so he pulls over to talk to Caleb, and he goes for a walk with him, and he just parks his car like half on the street and just half out into the street. Just goes for a walk with him. It just found it funny. It's just like a very Sheriff Buck, like, you know, he owns the town. Yeah, so Caleb ends up confronting Merlin because he's like, how are you able to be here? And like, what are you not telling me and stuff? And Merlin is able to give him like a vision of the past to remind him that the sheriff is like a very bad guy and just likes to undermine people. She has more dates with another date with Ray. But yeah, and he asked her to run away with him and meet her on the bridge at midnight, and they're going to run away into the sunset. But Caleb's figured out that Christy's baby, the situation there is strange, and he kind of figures out that Merlin has done something. He confronts her, but she's like, but I'm in love, and like storms out of the house. The sheriff stops Ray from leaving and ends up taking him to Merlin's grave and makes him dig up the grave, and her corpse is like in the coffin. It's all kind of green. It's pretty dark. So I don't know what's gonna like happen to Ray, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of the end of him for the episode. But he's just like screaming and stuff. So I guess he and Merlin are probably over at this point. So yeah, Merlin goes to wait for Ray on the bridge, and he turns up, but she kind of realizes she's made the wrong decision, and then Ray, like, his face morphs. It's very Buffy, and he's actually the sheriff. So he tries to convince her to stay, but Merlin realizes that it's all like, if she stays, the baby dies, Caleb will hate her, and like it's selfish. Like, obviously she doesn't want to kill a baby, but on top of that, you know, the sheriff's motives aren't exactly pure. So he wants Caleb to hate her, and he tries to stop her, but she jumps off the bridge and the baby lives, and it's just drama this episode. So yeah, that's episode 11. It's nice to see a little bit more of how Merlin feels, because I like that because she hasn't passed on and she's like there to watch over Caleb, she still has like teenage feelings and emotions and stuff. I just think that's like a nice touch, because you would think that she'd just be at peace and that would be fine. But yeah, so that is episode 11. On to episode 12. This one is a Gale episode. It's a little bit like the Hell and Back with the Doctor. It's kind of like this is Gale's. Same thing, but with Gale. So we know that Gale is kind of sticking around in town because she's investigating into the fire and her parents' death. So that's kind of what this one's about. This is one of the ones that wasn't aired originally, and watching it, I don't know why, because there's not really anything that I can think of that kind of makes it difficult to have on TV, like compared to some of the other episodes. I mean, like they have more you know, intense images or whatever. But anyway, so this one is sometimes number 20, but it should be number 12, so we're watching it now. It opens with Gale, and she has every single candle you could possibly find lit in her room, and I was just like thinking, I really hope her clothes are not polyester, like that's just a fire trap. Anyway, Gale tells us that she feels like she doesn't have the strength to keep looking into her family's death. I think she's kind of afraid of what she's going to find and not sure, you know, with the sheriff, like what she's getting into. So previously she found the key in the car, and she has the key around her neck, and when she touches it she has some visions. So we open on one of those with a baby telling her to save him from limbo and to keep digging. So she wants to quit, but she keeps getting this these little pushes to keep digging. But just before the credits, we see Sheriff Buck right outside her building, and I kind of wonder if the trail that sort of runs through this episode is set by him as a trap for her, but you'll kind of see what I mean as we go. So we open on her with Mrs. Gardner, who's like the archivist or a librarian, and I was just thinking, like, I love these people that just know everything about town and work in archives or libraries or whatever. Like, they're really cool people. So Mrs. Gardner's like, you're not really going to find anything in this kind of paperwork, and suggests that she looks into genealogy. I don't know if it was mentioned before, but the newspaper that Gail's parents worked for was called The Guardian, and her parents were really into trying to out the sheriff. So I don't know, just that was interesting. So Gail has her best, like, cute little black top on and a little black print skirt. It's a very 90s look. And she heads over to Lucas Black's epic house. I didn't realize at first. I thought she was going to, like, a library or something. But anyway, she breaks in. There's a taxidermy crow. There's creepy statues. Just, like, magic books lying around and stuff. It's kind of like... It reminded me of something like from Harry Potter, like Snape's office or something. But Lucas confronts her for breaking into his house, and he's like, why don't you just ask me? I think we all know, Lucas Buck, why people don't just ask you. You know, they're not going to get a straight answer. But anyway, there's a very flirtatious little thing going on between the two of these people. I'm not really sure why, but anyway. There's a scene where it's very windy at the start of this episode. It's kind of like, you know, October weather or something. And Caleb has his long sleeved striped shirt on, so his stripes are weather appropriate. I just thought that was really funny. Anyway, Gail kind of throughout this episode has moments where she's thinking just about just giving up and leaving and not trying to find out anything. So yeah, she kind of asks Caleb if he would want to move away with her. She mentions Miss Holt, so I guess Miss Holt is still a thing, but it's been quite a few episodes since we saw the actress that plays her, so it's kind of weird. But I don't know, he's just such a nice kid. He tells her that Merlin told him about what the sheriff is capable of, and that Merlin is apparently gone now, so that's a bit sad, because I like Merlin. But yeah, I guess Caleb's starting to tell people that he could see his sister after she died, you know. Gail calls Lucas Buck and says, okay, please tell me stuff. And Buck gets Ben to tell Selena that he's not going to make their date that night, which is funny because then she busts him with Gail in a restaurant. Like, it's like, you can't get away with stuff like that in a small town. They get down to brass tacks anyway, and the sheriff says that she has to make a deal with him, which, you know, that's never a good thing. She sort of semi-agrees to it, and he shows her a vision, but when she's about to see the vision, she starts to kind of like clench her knees and stuff. Like, it's oddly kind of, I don't know, implying something. Gail sees her mom hide letters in a box, so that's what the key that she has around her neck, that's what that goes to. And then she sees someone hit her mom, so later she has a nightmare that her parents rise from the grave like zombies and tell her to find the murderer. And yeah, the doc is there with her the next day. He's like holding her hand and stuff. So I guess it's implied that they're starting to have some kind of a romantic relationship with each other. And I kind of wonder again, like, did the sheriff send her that nightmare so that she wouldn't leave town? I don't know. He has a trench coat thing going on in, like, I think like the last episode in this one. And trench coats were a real thing in the 90s. I think of like Blade, or even like teens with trench coats were sort of meant to be sinister. So he's going for that look a little bit. The sheriff takes her to their old summer home, and he kind of warns her she's not going to like what she finds. And there's an envelope taped to the wall behind a bookshelf, and I'm like, that's so convenient. Like, he's laid this trail for her. I just feel like we can't really trust what we find, but I'm not sure if we're supposed to get that from this episode or not. But between that and a file that the our friend the doctor gets for her from the medical records, and a vision that she has as well, we learn that there was domestic violence in her family that she's sort of forgotten, and that her mother was pregnant at the time that she was killed in the fire. Gale still thinks the sheriff has something to do with it, and he sends her to her old house. She has her like mom jeans on and her t-shirt tucked in, and she sees Gage, so that's Caleb's dad, and her mom like kissing on the doorstep, and then her dad comes home from work and burns her with a cigarette. So she tries to sort of tell the doctor about her vision, and it's so funny. She's like, I had a vision. I saw my father. And he's like, have you had lunch? And I was just thinking, like, this is why he's so great, you know? He's like, maybe you are seeing visions. You know, it is Trinity. Maybe you just haven't eaten. Maybe you're just hangry. He's so great. Anyway, she talks about how she remembers their life when she was a kid as being this, like, idyllic childhood. But then she's upset because the vision says otherwise. And then this just felt kind of awkward, but Selena just like walks in and assumes she's upset about Buck and like warns her off getting into a relationship with the sheriff. I guess it's kind of important considering like the sort of the end of the episode, but I don't know. I just felt like in the hospital, people just walk in like it's so weird. Anyway, she has one last vision, and she sees her dad stopping her mom from leaving him. So yeah, she ends up finding the box of letters in the old burnout office, and we finally kind of get the full story. So basically, because Gail's dad was so horrible, her mom wanted to leave but knew that, you know, it wasn't safe. So she put Gage up to burning down the paper, like office of the newspaper, while Gail's dad was inside. And then Gail's mom and Gage could like run away together. But what he doesn't know is that Gail's mom has been knocked out. So when he burns the sheriff's office down, he burns down the office with his lover, her husband inside, and their unborn child. So yeah, there you go. Pretty dark. I have a feeling the sheriff had something to do with that, because that's just, you know, you kind of know that's something that he would engineer. But anyway, yeah, so we find out what happened to her parents and that it's not the sheriff's fault, apparently, but also she made a deal with him. So we just see him walk down the hallway to her door, and he like goes to walk in and she doesn't let him in, but we realize that she knew he was coming. And she just says that she's not ready. So I'm like, what deal did she make with him that we don't know about? Intriguing. It's not going to be something good. I kind of thought she would not be so susceptible to him, but I don't know. He did kind of say at one point like that she can't leave because he doesn't want her to. And, you know, he's kind of says that to people. The music box that she has the key to, the song that it plays is Beautiful Dreamer, which, you know, fits because she has visions and she's attractive, you know. And the title, Ring of Fire, I guess it's kind of obvious because, you know, if you know that song by Johnny Cash, it's kind of about like passionate relationships and stuff, but I feel like it kind of fits the relationship that Gale and the sheriff are starting to have, but it also fits because he says that it wasn't hatred that burnt down the paper, it was love. So it's kind of lame, but we'll allow it. And just a little special mention to Deputy Ben, because he's such a goof in this episode. He's just so oblivious. It's like, he's just a good character. So that is episode, where are we up to? 12. Yeah. Exciting stuff. Resurrector, which I think sounds kind of funny in my accent. Resurrector. Anyway, there's
an A and a B plotline in this one. So it's fairly straightforward, and yeah, I guess the title kind of gives it away, but we have 2 plots about people being resurrected, which I guess maybe gives it away a little bit. But anyway, let's dive in. So we open on it's Greg Travis, who is a stand-up comedian. I don't know if some of you will recognize his face, but he plays a guy called Mel, and the setup, the pre-credits sequence almost looks like he's being interviewed. So basically we learn that he and his wife work in radio, and initially they felt like radio was they have a talk show, and they felt like that was the best place for them. Like they could kind of go really far with it, but it's the 90s, and so TV is bigger than radio now. And so they're trying to move into TV, but it's really his ambition more than hers. And so far they've been turned down because they're not I guess basically just because they're not good looking enough. So yeah, we find out that Mel is actually asking the sheriff for help, but the sheriff's kind of like just, I don't know, you know what the sheriff's like. He's not really interested in money, and he's like, you don't have anything to bargain with. Like basically you don't have anything that the sheriff wants. And obviously there's kind of some foreshadowing here that the sheriff knows something bad is going to happen to Mel. And Mel threatens to take down the sheriff, which is like not a good idea. So we're all set up for some fun and games after the credits. So I'll give you the rest of that plotline first. Basically, it sort of seems like they don't have the happiest relationship. The 2 talk show hosts, they're kind of, I don't know. But the first radio show we see, somebody calls in, I think it's Selena, and she hints that she's having an affair with Mel. And then we open on a sequence where a woman calls into the radio show because she wants help. Basically, in her house, her husband Lance is shooting at Deputy Ben, so it's all being like caught on air. And Ben was called because initially this guy was apparently shooting at the postman, and I was like, man, it must be really tough being in the postal service. Like, just be nice to those people that deliver your mail. Anyway, Gloria says, we should tell the wife to get out, and Mel says no because he wants to capture the drama on air, and you get the idea that he has a bit of a plan. So Sheriff Ben ends up busting into the house, and it's all caught on air, and he has to shoot Lance because Lance is about to shoot him. But it's all broadcast, and later at the hospital, Mel approaches Ben like really aggressively, and we learn that Lance is going to recover, but Mel is clearly setting Ben up for a fall, like asking him, did you have a search warrant, and does Lance owe money to the sheriff? And he captures some stuff that's a bit incriminating, potentially, that Ben says. So then the sheriff goes to see Gloria, and she's kind of apologetic, and the sheriff warns her about Mel's ambition and hints that he's not faithful. And yeah, then we have a little scene where Selena goes to see Ben at the bar, and he's not happy to see her, but she offers support. There's kind of a hint that maybe Selena wants some kind of relationship with Ben. I'm not sure if the sheriff's setting that up or not. And he makes a joke. She offers emotional support to Ben, and he makes a joke about dismembering Mel. And I'm like, that's kind of bleak. Anyway, Mel is still threatening the sheriff. And now he has a tape, basically, the sheriff wants. So the sheriff's like, you can have your TV show if you lose your wife, because basically the sheriff kind of hints that the reason they're not progressing is because the wife isn't pretty enough or something like that, trying to destroy their relationship. And he hints that Mel has to kill his wife, or he'd have her hanging around, and being divorced from her would create drama, but if she died, then that creates some kind of positive something they can kind of spin for the TV show. So yeah, later Mel is late for the radio show, and Gloria has made the theme of the show that day infidelity, so that's really subtle. Apparently he didn't come home the night before, but he denies that anything happened, and she kind of sets him up to take her out on a boat, which I think is a terrible idea for a date, and it's just an all-around bad idea. But then I get seasick. I'm not a fan of boats. So yeah, then later Selena's at the sheriff's office. She's in on the sheriff's plan, whatever that is. Ben isn't happy to see her. I think he feels like the sheriff's setting him up with Selena and then is gonna get jealous and get back at him in some way. It's kind of interesting. I wonder if it's foreshadowing something in a later episode. I'm not sure. But yeah, Buck has a plan. So Mel's like reluctant to kill his wife, but he does end up taking her out on the boat. So I was initially thinking that, you know, this isn't like the cute date scene in The Little Mermaid. You know, they're in the boat and there's like the song, and I'm like, I feel like, I don't know. But then I realized this scene actually reminds me of the Elizabeth Taylor movie A Place in the Sun. So basically, they're out rowing and it's not sort of going very well, and then Gloria stands up in the boat, falls into the water, and Mel has to make a decision about whether to rescue her and pull her back in the boat or let her drown. And he kind of takes it as a sign and just leaves her there, and he rows back in. But he tells a big story about how he like went in to save her and stuff like that. So like that whole situation is very much like A Place in the Sun. Anyway, so he gives the sheriff the tape and they talk about his TV career, and then there's a little final scene where he's at the radio station. This seems like kind of cheesy, but you know, it's fine. Selena steps out of the shadows and kind of asks him some questions, and Mel talks about how he made a statement that he tried to save his wife, but he's a bit drunk and he admits he wanted his wife to die. He admits that he killed her, and suddenly all the lights go on and we realize like it's being televised and he's on air, and you know, I don't know. I mean, it's a good moment, but it just seems like, I don't know, just a bit over the top. But Gloria is there. So the bookend from that opening sequence at the end here is that it's like he's being interviewed again. Like Gloria's kind of pretending to interview him, I guess, asking him about how he tried to kill her. So his career is obviously ruined, and I guess maybe hers is on the ascendancy. And it turns out the sheriff took Gloria into helping him, in her mind, like test out Mel. And he's like, yeah, so that's kind of that. Don't mess with the sheriff, basically. The B plot is about Caleb and Merlin, which is always good. It was really nice. I was surprised because Loris Holt is back, and I was like, she's the woman who was given like custody or whatever of Caleb, but it's like she's just not been around for a bunch of episodes, and like somebody else has been making breakfast and stuff, so it's a bit confusing, but she is still here, so that's nice. And she's got a little vintage style apron on while she's cooking breakfast, which I think is quite adorable. So basically Caleb's kind of upset. Merlin's kind of disappeared from the plot since the rebirth episode, which I think was just the previous one, but I think he feels like she didn't say goodbye, and it's upsetting. So Loris suggests he do something to symbolically let Merlin go and to just kind of like have a second funeral as a way of letting go. And she shows him an old like family scrapbook and tells him how to have like a second funeral like the one that she had for a relative that was struggling to pass on, because she feels like Caleb's holding on to Merlin, and that's maybe not good for either of them. So he gets Boone to help him, and they draw a map, and they make an invitation. They have their favorite snacks. I feel like Boone is a really good friend because he clearly does not want to do this, but he's being there for Caleb, and I respect that. So later that night, they just burn everything, and Boone asks if he's going to put the locket in the flames that was Merlin's, but Caleb isn't ready to do that. After Boone leaves, we hear Merlin calling for help, and we get these dodgy CGI flames. They're really, really I don't know. I mean, I'm laughing at the special effects in this show, but actually they're kind of quaint and it kind of works. But I'm still gonna laugh at them anyway. So yeah, she comes through the flames and grabs onto him and begs for help, and it's very spooky. He runs to his halt and asks her for help, and she just kind of looks worried and then suggests that Caleb just leave Merlin alone. So clearly she knows something. She mentioned with the scrapbook that she didn't want Caleb to just, he couldn't borrow it because she didn't want him to just go through it. And so the next day, he goes and finds it, and he's kind of looking for a clue of what to do next. He's obviously worried about Merlin being stuck somewhere suffering. And he sees a thing about brimstone, and he kind of innocently asks the doctor over breakfast, what is brimstone? And he's told that it's sulfur, which is a common thing that people have in their garden sheds, apparently, in Trinity. Maybe people do, I don't know, it's probably good for your garden. Buck just turns up and is like, what do you want it for? He breaks the jar of sulfur and warns him that, I guess what he might raise by doing this thing with the brimstone could bring back something dangerous, but I'm not sure. You just can't trust anything Sheriff Buck says. But anyway. So later, Caleb scoops up a bit of the brimstone off the floor, and he asks his mom for help. Her photo is in the locket, and then he puts it on the coals from where he burnt everything the night before. So some CGI smoke comes out. Merlin is there, and it seems like something isn't right. She has this weird voice thing. It makes her all spooky. So I guess we'll see later on if it really is Merlin or not, because that's the end of the episode. But I was just thinking, in this episode, Caleb's meant to be about 10 at the start of the series, and I was just thinking the actor that plays him, Lucas Black, is looking a little bit older in this episode. So kids grow up so fast, don't they? And that's basically Resurrector. There's the 2 plot lines there, and I think it's a good one. I feel like it's nice to see Loris Holt back. It's nice to see Caleb doing some fun stuff with his little grumpy eyebrows. And I always for some reason, these plot lines where somebody messes with the sheriff and then he just messes with them. I don't know why I find that, I don't know, just so entertaining. I think he's such a good character. So that's where we are. Okay, American Gothic, episode 14. And this one's Inhumanitas, which is just Latin for inhumanity or brutality. I was kind of hoping it had some deeper meaning than that, but it's all good. So we open on in a church, and it's kind of fun little moment. So Pat Hingle, who is Commissioner Gordon in the Tim Burton Batman movies. You probably know him from loads of other stuff, but that's who I always remember him most as. He's a guy called Father Tilden. So this guy is a different person than the father of Selena, who's also in the church. So I'm not sure if, I don't know, Anyway, so the sheriff is in confession, and Father Tilden is confessing to him, spilling all the secrets people told him in confession. And all of this is because the sheriff made sure that when there was a big fire that the church didn't get burnt down. So that's kind of interesting. The only thing he really tells the sheriff that's of interest to the sheriff is that Caleb is talking to Merlin again, and we get some kind of a earthquake or something that freaks out Father Tilden. And then Merlin appears in a statue and she tells the sheriff that she's come for him. Credits. So we have 2 plots here, again, which is fairly standard. We have a sheriff kind of story, and then we have the parts with Merlin. So throughout this episode, Merlin just kind of does things to annoy the sheriff. Like, he's trying to make one of his deals, and she like rattles the pictures on the walls, and she makes blood come out of Selena's shower head, and just sort of like stuff to freak him out and let her know that she's there. But the plot with the sheriff, there was a lawyer who successfully sued the department for wrongfully breaking someone's arm or something like that. So the sheriff pushes this guy to sell his land, but this man promised his father that he would never sell it. And there's a guy that lives on the property called Bertie, and he's blind. And this lawyer promised his father on his deathbed that he wouldn't, that Bertie could live there rent-free for life, like, and he would take care of him. Because this guy's like part of the family sort of thing. So, but the lawyer's wife wants the cash, so she's encouraging him to go for the deal that the sheriff's making. So yeah, there's a little moment where the lawyer goes to see Bertie and kind of asks him like, hey, would you want to move or whatever? And obviously this guy wants to stay in his own home, which is perfectly fair. And Bertie's dog barks at the lawyer guy. So I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a motif of like, he's a marked man or something. When the lawyer doesn't seem like he will sell, the sheriff ups the money, makes a joke about maybe you could just dismember Bertie and like bury him in the basement. I'm like, why do people keep making jokes in this about dismembering people, you know? But then basically they get social services in to sort of get Bertie out of the way. And there's a hilarious moment where, so this lawyer's gone to meet the sheriff, and the sheriff's like pressuring him to take the deal. And Merlin is just there as the waitress in the restaurant that they're at. And then Bertie's head just appears on her body. Like, it's hilarious. It's just really bad. It's so weird. But anyway, basically the lawyer kind of agrees to it. Merlin tries to stop him, but he's not really listening. And yeah, basically the lawyer, for some reason, signs the contract to sell his property without reading it, and he gets totally screwed over for exactly the same amount as what the sheriff had to pay in damages in the case. So he has his revenge, and in a nice little moment at the end, Bertie gets to move back into the place that he was promised to live with until his old age. So that's nice. The other plot line is that Merlin goes to Father Tilden. He's looking for someone to burn down the church, and she's like, you need to drive out the evil, not burn down the church. And she asks him to take Caleb in. He realizes that she's Merlin, and so he kind of trusts her because he knows that she's come from the other side, I guess, and has good intentions and all that kind of thing. Caleb's a little bit mad at her because she's not around as much, even though she's back. And he kind of warns her that he's starting to maybe think the sheriff isn't so bad, which later he admits was not really how he feels. So yeah, and she says a thing to Caleb about he only sees her as his sister because he needs to. So I'm like, does that mean that she's just an angel and she appears as his sister like for that reason? But then I'm like, that doesn't fit with anything else that happens in this episode, so I'm not sure what that's about. The Father Tilden threatens the sheriff, and all the stuff that Merlin's doing is kind of getting to the sheriff. Like, he even kind of starts to admit to Selena in one scene that he's scared, but then he's like, you know, is this what fear feels like? As if he's never felt it before. And then he's like, I feel better if I hurt people. And he's like, I'm gonna hurt you. So she's into it. I mean, I don't know. they have a weird relationship, those two. But yeah, the sheriff, it seems like Merlin could actually beat the sheriff. So yeah, so basically Caleb goes and hides in the basement of the church because Merlin asks him to, and the priest like has agreed to that and stuff. The father has like a sermon, and he kind of confesses to his congregation and retires as a priest. So when he's afterwards, he's like packing up his crucifix collection basically, and he has like a heart attack while Buck is in his office, and I guess he died like praying, so I think that means that, you know, he's made peace with his maker or whatever. And then Merlin confronts the sheriff in the church, and she like confronts him, and he uses his powers to like set her on fire, but then she defeats that, and then she's about to break his neck, but Caleb runs in, and then this is kind of like important, but like the sheriff can move into Caleb's body like at will, so if she kills the sheriff, then he'll just move into Caleb's body or something. And we learn that the sheriff thinks that Caleb has some kind of powers as well. So it's like the sheriff won this round, but it's not over. And like it seems like he's genuinely worried. There was one other little thing. Oh, there's a bit where Merlin walks in front of the sheriff's car when he's parked, so he steps out of his car to like, because he sees that it's her, and he almost gets hit by a truck. So it's kind of, I don't know, things are escalating a lot in this episode. I don't know. I like the ones with Merlin in them. I just think she's kind of a weird, interesting character. So yeah, I guess at this point, episode, where are we at? We're at 14. We're kind of getting towards some kind of, you know, things are building for some kind of denouement at the end. So yeah, good episode. Okay, episode 15, which is the Plague Sower. Yeah, I kind of wish I had like a spooky voice I could say that in, but I don't, so you get what you get. This one is about a plague in Trinity, and there's kind of three little, one big thread, two little threads. Some A plot and two little B plots. We open with Doc Crower in the car with Ben, and they're talking about some kind of outbreak, so we know that that's kind of what's going on first of all. And we get like quite a intense little scene at the start, I guess, or maybe not intense compared to some other episodes, but basically they go into a house and it seems deserted. There's a quick like backstory that Ben tells us that the woman killed her first husband and now her second husband is sick, and it's kind of weird. But they enter, there's blood in the sink, and upstairs the doctor finds the family bleeding from like their eyes, their nose, and their mouth, I think, and the husband has hung himself, and he has a paper on him that says repent. So then we get the credits, and in the next little bit, a man is abusive to his wife. He starts hearing a ringing noise that's like super painful, and his ears start to bleed. So we learn pretty quickly that that the plague is like linked to you being a bad person or having done some kind of bad thing. And yeah, that's kind of the setup. Anyway, the main thread is about the plague itself. So a man, one of the guys that's made a deal with the sheriff, tells him he's seeing visions of blood everywhere, and he wants the sheriff to help make the vision stop, but he doesn't take the deal that the sheriff wants him to. And we later see Merlin sort of talking to this guy and trying to get him to resist the sheriff. Yeah, sometimes when Sheriff Buck makes deals with people, it reminds me of Twilight Zone kind of series storylines, or shows that are like that. Anyway, it's kind of a side note, but The sheriff tries to stop press rumors. Merlin appears to the doctor and he remembers her. The hospital is in chaos, so we kind of all set up. And then we have Dr. Billy Peel, who's come from the CDC. Dr. Matt Crower actually called him, so that's why he's there. And one of the first things he sees in the hospital is the sheriff taking away a man's plasma, and he confronts him and even threatens him with like some kind of a needle. So we can see straight away that this guy isn't afraid of the sheriff, I guess because he's from out of town, but he also just doesn't seem like somebody who is intimidated easily. So yeah, he just starts to investigate throughout the episode. And it seems pretty clear that the sheriff seems to be bringing the plague to people. So yeah, there's also a little moment where they have a chat, and Peel tells the sheriff that he's reminded of a corrupt dictator, so like that's how he sees the sheriff. And he says that one of the dictator's own men ended up killing him, so I'm wondering if that's like a little foreshadowing there. This show seems like a little foreshadowing. Selena sort of makes friends with the doctor as well, with Dr. Peel. She warns him that the sheriff's evil, and then at the very end it seems like they're kind of friends, maybe. And yeah, Merlin puts her hands in the lake and all the water turns to blood. Dr. Peel gets a blood sample from the sheriff, and the sheriff isn't happy about it. We don't see what the results are, but I'm kind of wondering if it will show anything or not, or what it might show. The sheriff's kind of out of his depth here, so eventually he just goes out to the spooky bridge that we've seen in previous episodes, and he calls Merlin and asks for her help. He tries to make a deal with her, and she makes his eyes bleed, but it doesn't last. So obviously she has quite a lot of power, but maybe she isn't quite ready to take him on again yet. But basically, Merlin goes to see Caleb, and she says that the people that get sick are sinners, in her words, and that like she's been told to punish the wicked. So I'm like, okay, I don't really get what she is exactly, but that's fine. Caleb blames her for making people sick. He says love is the answer, not like revenge, which is kind of interesting because revenge makes you more like the sheriff. And then she lifts the plague because she feels bad. And then we learn that this Peel character is staying, and that the sheriff is in his debt because he saved the sheriff's town, but most especially saved Gale. So that kind of brings us to the other it's quite a small little B plot, but in a previous episode, Gale's made some kind of deal with the sheriff, and the implication is that they're gonna sleep together. So that's basically what happens. She sort of resists for some of the episode, and yeah, there's a bit where Ben kind of like spoils the mood for them, but eventually she goes to his house, they hop on the good foot and do the bad thing, and right in the front garden as well, which is like, I don't know, but it's clearly some plan that the sheriff has. I think it might be that he needs something from like somebody that's in Caleb's family, like there's something to do with the bloodline of their family. And then we cut to her being in hospital and she's dying, so yeah. But like I said, she gets better at the end of the episode because Merlin like lifts the plague. And I kind of want Gale and the doctor to end up together, but I have a feeling she might be pregnant with like a Rosemary's baby. So very dramatic. The other plot is the doctor is out of action for this episode. The bleeding symptoms remind him of the Bible, and there's like a scene where a kind of Manson hippie looking guy writes repent in blood on the doctor's office window. And yeah, we hear that he has the plague. He starts highlighting passages in the Bible and making Caleb drink like weird teas.
and then he just loses it completely, and the sheriff has to rescue, like, basically come and rescue Caleb because the doctor's gone nuts. But he's almost kind of nice to the doctor when he takes him out of the house, so that's kind of weird. Yeah, there's a point where Caleb starts to see blood everywhere, and Merlin is there, so obviously she doesn't like it when he talks to the sheriff. Yeah, and there's a moment where Caleb goes to see the doctor, and he's just allowed to, like, go and stand next to him and talk to him because he's not contagious. And I'm like, okay, but how, like, we didn't get a scene where we know that this kid's just allowed everywhere. He just walks into operating rooms and stuff. There's a little stripy shirt on. Small towns, I guess. This episode just feels so interesting to me because, you know, we live in the COVID times, and, you know, there's a scene where the sheriff brings Caleb a mask and gloves to wear, and there's a scene where the sheriff's, like, compared to a dictator, and he talks about how he hates journalists and he doesn't care about integrity or the truth, but, like, he doesn't like how they put a spin on things that isn't always the spin that he wants. And he's like basically a super spreader, and the idea that sin is linked to disease is kind of interesting. I'm not saying I agree with that, obviously that's kind of bullshit, but I just think, like, I was watching this and there were so many things that linked to day-to-day life in this weird time we live in. Obviously it's nice that people are not bleeding out their eye sockets, but yeah, it's funny watching stuff sometimes when you're, you know, it's not, when you just see these parallels to, like, daily life that you never would have expected to ever see, I guess, you know. So yeah, the status quo now is Merlin is out to get the sheriff, and she's doing some biblical stuff to make that happen. Caleb seems to interfere and stop her from achieving this, so I guess there's maybe a right way to do this, in his mind anyway. And I think Gail is going to be pregnant or something. She's obviously made some kind of deal with the sheriff, which is never a good thing. And the doctor is well again, but this Dr. Peel guy from the CDC looks like he's sticking around. So this was quite a lot of overarching story stuff that kind of happened within this. I guess this is kind of a monster of the week in a way, but it kind of fits into the moving the overall arc forward quite a lot, I think. So yeah. Number 16. So we're getting things are heating up in Trinity. This one's called Dr. Death Takes a Holiday. Most of the setup for this one is really, like, in the opening, like, pre-credits sequence. So Dr. Crower, you're a friend of mine, Dr. Crower, he goes to the sheriff's office and he's talking to Ben there, and he has the medical records that show that Merlin couldn't have died the way the sheriff said. Ben kind of tries to deflect him a little bit. I kind of got the sense that maybe Ben was trying to just convince him to drop it, maybe, or, like, you know, but the sheriff enters, and yeah, we learn that he says the doctor is unreliable because of that he may have, like, some kind of mental break or something because of the previous episode where he was sectioned or whatever for a little bit while he had the bleeding illness from the plague. So he's going to use that to get the judge to put the doctor away, basically, so he's out of the way. We learned that the doctor now knows that Ben was there the night Merlin died, and then when we were outside, a woman in black points a gun at the sheriff. And yeah, is she gonna kill him? We don't know, because the credits happen.
Yeah, so basically the woman outside is Veronica Cartwright. So she was in The Birds, actually, Hitchcock's movie years ago, but you might recognize her maybe more from like Witches of Eastwick or Alien. But anyway, the doctor sees her with the gun and he wrestles it from her. And yeah, she shot the sheriff basically, but she did not shoot the deputy. Sorry, that wasn't that funny. So basically there's two threads here in this episode. The first one is Dr. and Mrs. Smith, and the second one is the sheriff wanting to get rid of the doctor. So let me see. So Mrs. Smith is who she says she is when she's in the hospital. The doctor wants to know why she wants to kill the sheriff, and she says he's not human. We learn that she's terminally ill. She compares the sheriff to Hitler. And she claims to be Sheriff Buck's mother. I was like, oh shit, that's quite a twist. But at the same time, I was like, maybe the actress doesn't seem that much older than Sheriff Buck. So I was kind of like wondering if we were going to get some Sheriff Buck like backstory or what the deal was there. But at home, the doctor talks to Loris. Always nice to see her. And he tells her about Mrs. Smith and asks for advice. She gives him this massive like tome and warns him like once you know stuff, you can't unknow it basically. But yeah, he starts reading this occult book at work, which I found kind of funny. I was like, I don't know how I would feel if I went into like a doctor's office and he just had like this grimoire sitting on his desk, but I mean, each to his own, I don't know. So yeah, we learned that there's a rumor that the room where Caleb's mother died, where she jumped out the window and killed herself, it's the room where Mrs. Smith in now, and it's meant to be cursed, but she actually finds it comforting. And Mrs. Smith like works on the doctor to try and get him to kill the sheriff for her because she can't do it. And yeah, she just kind of keeps pushing that agenda. The doctor is really into trying to figure out like if it's real that the sheriff could actually be like supernatural, because obviously that seems like unrealistic to him. So most of the episode he's kind of struggling and stuff like that. But later the sheriff goes to see this woman who's in hospital and he calls her Angela, so we kind of immediately know like, okay, she's not his mother. So she says something that is like she has aged and he hasn't. And so that's why she could pass, like she thought it would be more convincing if she was like his mother instead of like a jilted woman wanting revenge for him leaving her. But he basically convinces her to jump out the window, which is a window that Caleb's mom jumped out of. And yeah, it's right when the doctor's walking below. So this woman lands basically right next to him and he looks up and sees the sheriff in the window. Ooh. But the sheriff isn't worried because he has a plan. So basically his plot here is there's a judge that needs money. His wife has a gambling problem. And the sheriff goes to him and says that he has concerns about the doctor's mental health. And the judge kind of resists at first because he's like, you can't just get rid of anybody that opposes you. That's what they do, you know, in countries with dictators or whatever. I think he has Russia as the example. And the sheriff offers money because he knows that the judge needs it, but he doesn't want to be dishonest. So later he tricks the judge's wife into gambling away all their money. And there's this lovely, like, salty, like, older lady running the poker game. She's like, I love her. She's like tough as an old boot, but she's got this like kind of pastel shirt that a grandmother would wear. I don't know, I just thought she was funny. But yeah, basically Charlotte loses everything. She goes home, she slits her wrists. It's pretty kind of gruesome. Well, yeah, no, it is kind of, there's a lot of blood everywhere. She does actually survive, but we know that that was the sheriff saying, you know, do what I want, or something really bad is going to happen. Well, I guess something bad already happened, but it could always get worse, basically. So the judge draws up the paper and tries to get the sheriff to sign them, but he refuses and makes the judge do it. So I guess that kind of means there's no paper trail back to him. When Ben enters the doctor's room to serve the papers, it's like full of weird stuff. Like the walls are plastered with like pictures and like all this weird stuff. So they realize he's going to go and try and shoot Lucas. And when he does, the sheriff's office is full of kids getting a flu shot. But the doctor goes in anyway, and he points his gun. Gail tries to talk him down. Caleb sees the whole thing because Caleb always sees everything. This poor traumatized child. And yeah, they arrest the doctor before he can shoot the sheriff. But the expectation is that Ben is going to shoot the doctor on the way to having him sectioned into the asylum, but he actually doesn't. He pulls a car over and says, like, I'll just let you go if you just go back to wherever he came from. I can't remember what city he's meant to have worked in before this one, but the doctor's like, no, because I came here to like do the right thing, and he can't just like run away. So he gets put in the asylum, and the sheriff comes by to say hello to him there, and he's like, I'll miss you, I guess because he's a worthy opponent or whatever. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna miss this guy too. Like, I really like this actor, and I like his character, and I like his kind of, I don't know, he's like kind of kind, melancholy, you know, he's a good fit for the show, and I think he's a good actor. So hopefully he will be in some of the later episodes. I don't want to look ahead on IMDb and have any spoilers for myself. So yeah, but he's out of the way. But the other doctor, Dr. Peel from the CDC, he is still here. So there's a little bit with him and Selena. It's quite short, but he goes into class and talks about doing flu shots, and Selena's like really flirtatious with him. She's her usual kind of Selena self. I think she's really neat. She's very like Jessica Rabbit, and he's like, hey, you know, I don't like games, I don't like drama and wordplay, I just, you know, want to take things slowly. And I think that's kind of nice. I think that's kind of something that seems to maybe get through to her, that he's actually interested in her as a person or something. So she's intrigued. He's a little bit concerned about her involvement with Lucas because they don't like each other. And Lucas tries to tell Selena that Peel has been like sharing locker room kind of gossip about her. I don't think she really believes it, but there's a short later scene where Peel confronts the sheriff about it, and the sheriff kind of says a bunch of crap about Selena, and she overhears, and she chooses Peel over him. So that's kind of nice. A little bit of romantic drama there, I guess. And I guess all is not well between Selena and the sheriff. I think she feels like out of everyone, this guy is the most likely to actually be able to stand up to the sheriff and isn't afraid of him and isn't gonna take some deal with him or whatever. So yeah, that's pretty much this episode. There's an earlier episode, like right near the start, where the sheriff kind of calls Dr. Matt Crower, calls him Dr. Death because he used to drink, and he's kind of implying, you know, making implications. So I guess Dr. Death takes a holiday as Dr. Matt gets put away. So yeah, plot is thickening, guys. Yeah, so we're getting closer to the end. I'm kind of hoping that some of these, like, you know, when a TV show only has one season, there's always like these threads that don't get tied up, or sometimes it ends on like a cliffhanger or something. So I'm like apprehensive maybe that it's just gonna like end episode 22 and, you know, with nothing being resolved. I don't know. I think that would kind of bother me a little bit, because I like neatness and stuff. But yeah, on to the next episode.
Episode 17, Learning to Crawl, which is it's kind of a locked room type of episode, but it has an Evil Dead link. So Sam Raimi worked on the Evil Dead, and he worked on this series as well. And Ted Raimi, his brother, is one of the main characters in this episode. So let's get into it. So I don't know why, but the opening, like, Caleb is working in the sheriff's office, like cleaning the roof, like mopping the ceiling. It's really weird. But apparently that's a job that needs to be done. And I don't know, I guess it's like a, you know, kind of like mowing someone's lawn, like a weekend job for a kid. It's just kind of odd because I'm like, I don't know why he suddenly... Anyway, he's like really chummy with the sheriff in this episode. So I kind of, I don't know. But yeah, it's funny. Deputy Ben is there, and he sort of trips over the bucket, and Caleb makes a joke like, hey, you really kicked the bucket. And he's like never heard of that expression apparently. But the water on the floor means that Caleb accidentally gets electrocuted, and in the hospital he has an out-of-body experience with like CGI clouds and stuff. It's I was thinking, like, it's such a bad special effect, but it was probably really expensive at the time, you know? But I don't know. It's got that dinky kind of 90s-ness that I love. So Merlin turns up, and she says that his death is part of God's plan, but she kind of screws up a little bit. She doesn't mention that he has a choice and that he can either stay or go back. And the sheriff appears in the clouds as well in the afterlife to tell him that he can go back into his body. So I think this undermines his trust a little bit with Merlin. But Merlin is just scared that if Caleb goes back, he's going to fall under the power of the sheriff and that kind of thing. So on returning, the sheriff has an idea to take him on a little break, and they're going to go on a fishing trip, which I think is kind of funny because obviously the sheriff has a plan here, and it's not fishing. Or not literally fishing anyway, fishing for something. They kind of have some interesting chats in the car. Caleb doesn't really wear many stripes in this episode. The sheriff tells him like a scary story about a monster in the woods. There's a little moment where they pull Selena over, and she has this cute leopard print swing coat. And the sheriff and she like kind of spar over whether Selena has a date with Dr. Peel or not. The sheriff's basically just messing with her, but he kind of ends up tricking her into thinking that Peel is going to stand her up. So she drives off, they reach the cabin, and meanwhile, there are some kidnappers. So there's Ted, Cody, and I couldn't catch the woman's name, so there's 3. And Ted has these like John Lennon glasses on. It's like yeah. Anyway, he's one of 3 people who've kidnapped a tobacco executive to extort money, and the girl says she feels like this job like is different, like something's not right about it. So she's married to one guy, and Ted is that guy's brother. So that's the connection between 3 of them. Yeah, so back at the cabin, the guy that they've taken captive is talking back, and he sort of makes a run for it, tries to make a break for it, and Ted shoots him in the back. So when the sheriff reaches the cabin, it's the cabin where Ted is inside with the body of this guy. So it's like classic day out for the sheriff. This is like how he loves to spend his time off. And yeah, it's the cabin from Evil Dead, which I'm like, this is so exciting. Because I don't know, I just think that's cool. And yeah, so when they get there, Ted pulls a gun. The sheriff's super chilled. I love this setup. I'm like excited about where they're gonna go with this, because you know the sheriff's like in control and has some kind of like plan for this situation. So Ted finds out that the sheriff is law enforcement, and Buck knows that his name is Ted, so it's fun and games immediately. And then I was thinking, so he must be literally taking Caleb to the Evil Dead cabin. Like, do you know what I mean? Like his weekend away is to take Caleb to the Evil Dead cabin. Like, and he says it's his cabin, I think. So then I'm like, I remember in the Evil Dead movie, like kind of off the top of my head, it was like their weird uncle's cabin, and he had like those books in the basement of the cabin. And I'm like, so is Buck, Sheriff Buck, actually like the owner of the cabin from Evil Dead? Like, is it the same story universe? I don't know. I kind of think it might be. Anyway, he basically disarms Ted, and they find the body. And actually, just to go back, that would actually make sense because Ted Raimi, who plays Ted, is I think he's like a creature in Evil Dead like 1 and 2. So I'm like, bum bum bum. Yeah, so this is all meant to be a learning curve for Caleb, like little lessons that the sheriff's trying to teach him. So the sheriff points out that Ted would have been successful if he'd either not been a criminal at all or just had no conscience at all. So he's like doing things by halves, and that gets you into trouble, apparently. So the other two, meanwhile, have realized that the money drop isn't coming, and they head back to the cabin. They see the sheriff's car. They shoot at the cabin. They decide to come back after dark. And the lady of the group, she's like, we'll just kill all of them. And I'm like, this is like Sheriff Buck's ideal woman. Anyway, then Selena turns up at the cabin as well. She's looking for Peel because she thinks that he's on a fishing trip with them. And the sheriff admits that he basically set her up because he knew that that would make her come out to the cabin. He basically just wants to mess with her. I think he's a bit jealous. But I think he's also using her as like an instructional, you know, don't end up like Selena kind of thing to Caleb. The sheriff kind of starts messing with the kidnappers at this point. So he tells the kidnappers outside that he has the money to like get them stirred up. So when the Cody approaches, he just immediately disarms him, and he makes sure Caleb is watching them make a deal. The sheriff wants the man to take the money and leave the wife and brother behind. So the brother is Ted, that's in the cabin. And yeah, basically it's a how-to for Caleb. And let's see. So the sheriff kind of does a thing with Ted so that he sees what he did to the victim over and over. That's the guy that he shot in the back, the kidnapping victim. And the sheriff sends 10-year-old Caleb out into the night to talk to the lady kidnapper. She turns a gun on him, but he's like, hey, do you want to come inside and have a sandwich? It's funny. Caleb has sort of been sent out there on a mission by the sheriff, and he's told Caleb to tell her that Ted has gone to like a clearing with no gun, and that her husband is there digging up the loot or something. So he also tells her that the husband knows about the two of them. So basically the woman has been sleeping with both brothers. Yeah, he uses a kid. Like, this woman's planning on shooting him. So Selena's like, kind of points out that this is not very nice. And the sheriff says he was perfectly safe the whole time. And then he has this whole big speech about how love makes you stupid and romantic love is just an addiction. And he's just kind of mad at Selena for being happy, basically. Cody's out in the woods digging, and his wife confronts him. She ends up shooting him, and he takes the bag of money that he dug up, but it's actually just full of rocks. So she goes back to the cabin. And this is where Sheriff does something interesting. He confers with Caleb, trying to get him to be like, what do you think we should do? You know, like, so that he'll think more like he does. So he gets Caleb to visualize, and he uses some kind of powers that we sort of had a hint that Caleb had some kind of powers, but we don't know what they are. But now we see him learning to use them. So I guess that's where the title comes from, learning to crawl. He's getting like baby steps into the dark arts. So yeah, he uses powers he didn't know he had, and he sends a vision of Ted out there. So the woman is like, oh, you're here. And then she kisses him, and then he turns into her husband's corpse, and she's all freaked out. And Selena is the voice of reason and humanity, and kind of says to Caleb, like, you shouldn't hurt people. Like, it's not good to hurt people, even if they're not nice people, or you think they're not nice people, you know? Just kind of warning him, I guess. Then later he uses his vision again to call up the monster that that the sheriff described in the car, like earlier in the episode. And yeah, he gets it to attack the woman out in the woods, which is pretty dark, I guess. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of a little bit reminiscent of Evil Dead, that, you know, she's out there and there's something like kind of out in the trees, like moving towards her, if you remember how some of the scenes were shot in that movie. So that's all, I don't know, I just think it's cool. I like the Evil Dead connection. I think it's really fun. There's a little scene earlier where Gale wants Ben to get someone to check on Caleb. He's just a bit like worried about the sheriff being alone with him in the woods kind of thing. Like, I don't know. But Peel is there and he's like, hey, like, let's both drive out there, because he's worried about Selena because she wasn't at her place, and he's a nice guy. He knows that something's up. Ben kind of warns them that the sheriff and Selena are like, you're not going to get between the two of them. Like, they're very, I don't know, they might have other relationships sometimes, but they always end up back together, basically. They end up just driving all night. They can't find the place. And oddly, like, Gale defends the sheriff. So she kind of slut shames Selena, which was a little bit surprising, and is like, I don't care about the sheriff's past. And Peel is really nice. He's like, well, I don't care about Selena's past. Like, I don't, you know, he doesn't look at women that way, I guess, like as being pure or impure or whatever. Like, you know, he sees her for the other side of herself that we maybe don't see as much, the vulnerable side. I think that's cool, and it's weird that Gale defends the sheriff. Anyway, they finally make it to the cabin at the end of the episode. By then it's daylight. The sheriff is packing up Ted to arrest him. Kayla's packing up the fishing gear. And then the woman appears and attacks Selena. So she asks Caleb to help her and to kill the woman. And the sheriff's like watching, like, okay, Caleb, like, use your powers and like kill the woman. But instead he takes the gun from her hand gently. Like, he uses persuasion, I guess, to get her to defuse the situation safely, which is interesting. Yeah, so when Peel and Gale finally arrive, the deputies are there, and Gale says something like that she was worried about Caleb and that's why she's there, and Caleb kind of gives her a piercing glance, which he's so good at, and he says no, she wishes that she had been there and that's why she drove out there, so she's not fooling him. So yeah, it's a super cool episode. Maybe one of my sort of favorites so far, probably just because of the Evil Dead connections. It's kind of like made me think about a bunch of layers, and I kind of worry, maybe worry's like a strong word because these are fictional characters, but I'm kind of like, oh no, like, I don't want Caleb to turn out to be a bad guy. But yeah, each time something comes up, he seems to kind of resist, so it's interesting. Okay. American Gothic episode 18, Echo of Your Last Goodbye. So this one is, I think wasn't originally aired with, in the original showing. So I think sometimes it's on the end of the DVD at like episode 21. But it should kind of go here as far as I'm aware in the production order. The title comes from a song called This House is Haunted by the Echo of Your Last Goodbye, which is played on the jukebox when Merlin approaches Ben in the bar. This is a pretty slow episode. We don't really learn anything new. It's more that we see other characters learn new things and develop a little bit. So yeah, I mean, it's still really good. It's just not like my favorite. So we open on a pretty cheesy, spooky opener.
Ben gets a call while he's on a date with a woman he met who replied to his personal ad, which I kind of love because that's kind of just seems so Ben to be putting personal ads in the paper. He gets a call and they head out to an old abandoned place. She's like really keen to go with him. So there's a smell coming from the place, but only he can smell it. So that's our first kind of clue that something is up. And then Ben sees some ghostly figures. And when he looks through the window of the place, he sees the sheriff breaking Merlin's neck. And then his date does this like thing where her neck breaks, but then it's Merlin, like she's a ghost. It's really bad CGI, but it's atmospheric. Kind of. Another little plot point here is a girl called Tina. We learn a bit more about her later, but we just see her like living in the building and stuff. So Tina is, we learn more about her at the school with Caleb. We meet her at the school trying to steal from the vending machine, and she's a bully especially to Boone, who's kind of a little bit smaller, but she tries to bully Caleb as well. She makes some pretty personal insults to Caleb. And it's funny because Selena is there for a moment and she just like makes all these double entendres like to Caleb that he wouldn't understand because he's 10, but I'm like, she's just so intense. Later, Caleb talks to Gale about Boone being mad at him because he stood up for Boone. I think Boone feels kind of embarrassed or whatever because he's being bullied by a girl or something. So the sheriff appears and says some, like, kind of encourages Caleb to, he says you'll catch more flies with honey than vinegar. So the suggestion is to kind of give the bully what she wants to kind of get her on side or whatever. Later, Caleb appears to do this by helping her steal from the vending machine, but he actually traps her hand in the machine, which is what she did with Boone earlier. And he allows the machine he makes the machine like break her hand. And while he does this, he talks like the sheriff. So we kind of learn that maybe the intensity of him deciding between his nature of like if he wants to be like the sheriff or, you know, the kind of good and evil fight within him is kind of coming to a head, so to speak. Later he feels remorse. The sheriff encourages him not to, but we learn that Tina was abandoned by her mother, who's an alcoholic. She just like left her in the abandoned house. So she was living there, and she wouldn't have lived much longer because it's super cold and stuff. So Caleb later apologizes to Tina as well, saying he feels like something made him do it. And that's kind of important because free will is talked about a little bit in this episode about who has will and who doesn't. Particularly we learn that Gale is like really enamored with the sheriff, but it's this kind of weird, they have this weird thing that I don't really get. So she's like, Gale is like, she doesn't like the sheriff, and she thinks like in previous episodes that he's like killing people and stuff, which he actually is doing some of that stuff. But then I guess like they're sleeping together, and she sometimes said stuff that implies that she doesn't think he's so bad anymore or something. But yeah, it's just kind of weird. I find the relationship weird, and I think the point is like the sheriff kind of says to her like she's under his power and she doesn't really have a choice. So yeah, he obviously has some kind of plan, and I guess Merlin is aware that after he's done with her, he might just kill her. So she kind of wants Ben to help Gale. But anyway, to sort of get back to our main plot, which is more about Ben, he starts seeing Merlin's face on everyone, everywhere. Like just she's hounding him. She wants him to start telling the truth and standing up to the sheriff. We learn that no one from the sheriff's office sent him to the house the night before. The sheriff wants to know which house exactly, you know, and Ben tells him about the vision and Merlin, and the sheriff warns him not to look into it anymore. It seems like Ben hasn't been paying his bills, so that might come back later as well. Let's see. But yeah, basically Merlin wants him to look at some documents, and there's a microfiche machine, and I was kind of wondering, are they still a thing? Like, is everything digitized now? Microfiche is kind of cool, but I was just thinking you just don't see it anymore and stuff. Anyway, moving on. So Gale helps him with investigating this house, basically, because, no offense, Ben, but you're pretty useless. But I love this character, but he's just such a goof. Yeah, so they head over to the place. The abandoned place, I mean. They find out it was owned by Caleb's mom, and the smell is still there that only Ben can smell. We learn it was a sanctuary for homeless kids. Ben sees a diseased-looking Merlin there. I'm not sure what that's about other than just to be scary. And a vision of, not Caleb, a vision of the sheriff throwing someone out of the window happens as well. So between that and Gale finding some drawings that are there, they get this sort of backstory that we already know, that the sheriff raped Judith and killed her after she had his baby, which is Caleb. So Merlin is kind of just keeps coming back and encouraging Ben to, like, it's kind of repetitive, like, to stand up to the sheriff and stuff like that. She wants him to help Caleb. She doesn't want anything to happen to Gale, you know, that kind of thing. And there's a nice little scene where she's in like she's a nurse or something, and she has like 40s hair and makeup on. It's really nice. Anyway, later Gale confronts the sheriff about that he's Caleb's father, which is kind of like, we already know this, so this scene feels like it could have been shorter, but he doesn't really give her a straight answer. But like, then they also have this thing where she says she wouldn't change him into being a better person even if she could. So I'm like, and then he's like, he didn't do it. So I'm like, what is happening with these two? Like, I don't understand. Like, I understand that there's some weird thing where the sheriff has a thing with the Temple family or whatever, like Caleb and Gale's family. But it's just really weird. Like, I don't know. Anyway. Ben goes back to the house again, and Merlin shows him all the dead children in the neighborhood that Judith would have saved if she hadn't died. It's very, very, like, Goosebumps level special effects. And then Tina is actually there, and her hand is broken, and she almost has hypothermia. So Ben takes her to hospital. And later at the hospital, he stands up to the sheriff and he's like, hey, I'm not gonna, like, lie for you anymore. Buck threatens to decapitate him because, you know, he just doesn't really do these things by halves. And yeah, basically Ben and Merlin are fine after that, which is nice. And let's see, is there any other little bits I've missed? Ben offers to pay for Tina's medical care, so I feel like he's taking on some of the role that Judith would have played in the community. And I like Ben. I think he's cool. I don't know. Like, he's a goof, but his heart is in the right place. I just feel like he got railroaded by the sheriff. So, I mean, the sheriff is a supernatural kind of person. Gotta give Ben a break a little bit. Yeah, so it's nice. I think Tina's faith in humanity is restored by Ben being so nice to her and helping her and that kind of thing. So let's see. Yeah, I think it's hard for Caleb because of that internal fight. We're not sure which way he's gonna go. Oh yeah, the only other real thing is just this kind of short there's a short few little bits. We learn that Dr. Peel is like crazy about Selena and that that's all going really well, which is nice. He sends her roses and stuff, so he's more traditional. And she turns up at his work at the hospital to tell him to just like be careful about falling in love with someone like her, I guess. She says all this stuff about like pleasure and pain, like she's so weird. Just the way she like approaches things is weird. I mean, so it's really odd. For some reason, he makes a date with her to play pool and then he stands her up, but we never find out what that was about. So presumably that's going to be in the next, you know, couple episodes or something. So yeah, it's kind of a bit of a mishmashy episode. The 3 plots are all like wound in pretty tightly. Some of the episodes, they're quite separate strands. I don't know, like what did we learn? Like Caleb's mom was nice. Like that's good. Like, I don't know. The stuff with the haunted house is good, but it just feels like maybe there should be more of that. Have a bit more like monster of the week, you know? I don't know. Anyway, that's episode 18. Okay, American Gothic episode 19. This one is Strangler. So this one is another like weird out of order one. And so I think it was number 22, but it goes here at 19 in order. So we open on Caleb at his father's grave. He's there on Merlin's urging, and he tells his father he forgives him, but like his heart obviously isn't really in that. Merlin says that she's worried he's going to become bitter and that kind of thing can kind of eat you up. And then the sheriff appears after Caleb leaves. He tries to attack her and his powers aren't strong enough and she's able to throw him around a little bit, and he's just not feeling chill about that. So he like calls up some kind of entity and there's like lightning and wind and stuff. Very dramatic. After the credits, he's in his office and he's called the Boston Strangler from beyond the grave. And yeah, he wants him to go after Merlin and he suggests using Caleb as bait. They talk about how polite the Boston Strangler was when he was alive. So yeah, that's kind of how he was able to convince people over and over again to sort of let him get close enough to them to strangle them. So this guy's name is Albert DeSalvo. So he warns him to only go after Merlin, not anybody else in the town. And we learn that if the dead kill the dead, then they turn into antimatter. So Merlin would like cease to exist under this idea that, you know. So we get a couple of things that let us know that Caleb is being left alone a lot. Gail forgets to meet him and stuff like that. And we also immediately understand that DeSalvo won't be able to stick to just going after Merlin. He heads to Caleb's house, the boarding house. There's not really anyone around. And he's let in really easily with his sort of polite salesman persona. And he works on fixing the fridge, which wasn't really broken, but that's how he sort of gets in there. We learn that the sheriff is heading to a sheriff convention, which kind of amused me because I was like, what goes on at a sheriff's convention? And then I was kind of like, is that a real thing? Like, I don't know. I was just super curious as to whether he just wanted to be out of town when this stuff was happening. Maybe so that Ben being left in charge would kind of make people lose faith in him or something, you know, or whatever. But anyway, one of the nurses gets attacked by DeSalvo in her home that night. This character has like a funny accent. I'm not sure that it's really Boston. I don't know whether the actor based it on like the Boston accent or on the real DeSalvo's accent. Like, I'm not really sure what they were going for. But it's just kind of interesting. Yeah, so the next day when the body's found, we see a deputy called Floyd. He's in other episodes, but he doesn't get that much to do. But he's freaking out when the body's found because he can't get a hold of Sheriff Buck. Ben is kind of chill and methodical. And yeah. Gale corners Ben later back at the sheriff's office and asks if he's like gonna blame the victim and if the victim was raped. And Ben is like, look, you can't just come in here and expect an inside scoop just because you're sleeping with the sheriff. Like, maybe Sheriff Buck does things a certain way, but I don't. And she hits him in the face. So yeah, not very chill, Gale. The Strangler is back at Caleb's place. He asks Caleb about his sister and sort of asks him for advice and help contacting his own fictional sister who's dead. That's going to be his way to get Caleb to call on Merlin. Gale comes in and DeSalvo notices her. She immediately kind of asks him if he's related to the Boston DeSalvo. So we know that with her crime journalism background, she sort of recognizes him. So it's pretty smart. She warns Caleb to be careful of strangers. But later, the Strangler just comes by her place, and when she won't let him in, she calls the police, and she gets to, like, all she gets out is someone's at the door, which I was like, that's such a nice little thing, you know? You know, there's little moments when a show just kind of like throws a little callback in there or whatever. But anyway, he's supernatural, so he just lets himself in, basically. He just appears next to her. She's able to kind of like kick his butt a little bit, but he has powers, so he's pretty much able to overpower her. It's just that Ben gets there and breaks down the door, and so the Strangler disappears. Gale can't explain how DeSalvo got in, but she does know that she's seen him before, and she mentions that he said he was the Boston Strangler. So, yeah. And there's a nice little moment as well where Floyd doesn't really believe Gale or thinks he's being dismissive. And Ben is like, no, you know, what she says is what she says. Like, we're going to listen to her and not be disrespectful of people, especially women reporting a crime, which I was like, nice work, Ben. Merlin appears to Caleb. He's playing with an old radio, and she knows that something is coming and there's danger, but she's not sure what. Gale calls Caleb, but she can't get through, so her and Ben head over, but it's empty there. She's super worried, but Ben's like, he's probably just at a friend's house. How many times have you heard, like, in true crime, like, podcasts and stuff, where, like, the law enforcement in, like, the 80s, 90s, 70s, like, these kind of eras, are just like, he's probably just run away. He's probably just at a friend's house. Anyway, basically the Strangler tricks him into going to the hospital, and he asks him to call Merlin. Caleb refuses, but she comes anyway, but now he knows that the Strangler is the enemy, so he tries to polite Merlin to death, and then he says, hey, you know, they can team up and double cross the sheriff, but she won't work with him because he's not, like, on her side, like, as in good and evil, two sides of that coin. Because she gets away, he just kills another nurse. I like the way his character is built with two sides. Like, he's got this very, like, unassuming, polite manner, and then he'll just, like, kind of drop it. Like, it's kind of subtle, but, like, well done. Anyway, Caleb and Gale are together at the boarding house. He's worried and he's tired. But she says she'll stay there that night. I was kind of thinking this would be like such a good episode for Loris Holt to be, like, used in some way, but she's just, like, not there. Like, where would she be? You know, she's running a boarding house, like, her home is her business. So I don't know, I guess it's only season 1. Maybe they had more plans for that character but the show got cancelled or something, you know, so I'm not sure. But anyway, when he goes up to bed, a mysterious force in the room makes his collection of vintage tin wind-up toys come to life. And it just kind of made me laugh, because it's that super spooky thing that you see in horror movies a lot, you know, like the Jack in the Box and the monkey with the little symbols and, you know, those kinds of toys. And I'm like, but what kind of 10-year-old kid in the 90s would have had those toys? But anyway, it does actually seem like the kind of creepy toys kids would have in Trinity. So like, I'm not mad about it, but I just thought it was funny because you're watching it and you just like accept it. And then you're like, wait a second, where would you even find like toys like that? Anyway, Caleb hides under the bed because someone comes to the door and is knocking. But then the Strangler, like when he comes out from under the bed, the Strangler's like already inside because he can move around like that because he's some kind of a vengeful spirit. So Caleb screams and calls for Gale, but she can't get in because the door's locked. So Merlin appears. So like his whole ploy worked. When she faces him, her powers don't really work that well on him this time. So she can't really fight him off, but she's hoping that by sacrificing herself, Caleb will be safe or he'll be able to get away. Gale's trying to find keys to get in the room, but Caleb is able to use his powers that he used in, remember from the couple of episodes ago. He uses his powers to defeat DeSalvo, and then Merlin is confused because she's like, those powers, I think she thinks they come from like an evil source. So she's like, how are you able to use them to do something good? Which is kind of an interesting thing because it's like, that's a good question. So yeah, basically that's kind of the end of the episode, really. Throughout this episode, Deputy Floyd isn't really super trusting in Ben's leadership, but his kind of attention to detail and his kind of determination to do things the right way start to win him over, so that's nice. There's when Gale like busts into the room at the end, there's like an ash outline of the body of the Strangler on the wall, so that's kind of cool. And then the sheriff comes back. So when he walks in, Ben is like in the middle of the sheriff's like office, and he's doing good work and he's directing people and he's sort of chasing up any leads to the whole Strangler situation. And the sheriff's like, I just want everything back to normal, like the weird way that he liked to run things. Apparently Buck got Sheriff of the Year, which he kind of pointedly points out to Ben to make some kind of point. I think he's a little bit jealous maybe. But Ben got the real reward, which is the respect of Floyd and everybody else in town. So yeah, that's the Strangler episode. Kind of exciting. There's only a few episodes left. I feel like this show had so much potential just so much potential. Like, it's just such a weird, not even that weird. I mean, I guess it's classic sort of Southern Gothic tropes and stuff, but there's so much you can do with that. So yeah, let's see where the last couple of episodes go, I guess. Hey, lovely people. We are up to episode 20 of American Gothic. This one is called Triangle. Yeah. So we open with Gale. She goes to the sheriff's office and she tells Buck she's leaving town. She's done with him. She's going to take Caleb. And he says to her, like, you're not going to be able to leave that easily, which, like, I would have thought she could have figured that out on her own, but clearly not. And then she falls to the ground, gets taken to the hospital, and we find out she's pregnant. Which I'm like, why did she? I don't know. I feel like maybe she should have seen that coming. I don't know. Whatever. But the fun part of this little opener is the ultrasound shows the baby, and it turns to look like right at the ultrasound camera and gives her like this evil face. Like, it's so dramatic. And it just, like, the rest of the screen looks like a normal ultrasound. You know how, like, the image is a little bit sort of fuzzy or foggy or whatever. But this baby's face is like pure cartoon. So we get the credits, and then Buck goes to the hospital to see her. She's not happy to see him. She says, if you touch me again, I'll vomit on you, which I found really funny for some reason. But yeah, he sort of tries to promise her that he's just going to be this nice guy. I think he thinks that's what she wants to hear. She tries to leave town, but he stops her.
And she has like this weird vision where she gets out of the car, but then when she turns back, she sees herself in the car. He tries to... so basically, the sheriff tells her that this child is going to be a son, and that it's fully evil, whereas Caleb's like only half evil, so he feels like the second child will be more likely to be like him or whatever. So he wants a do-over, I guess. So she goes to see Caleb, and he's playing with like blowing up soldiers, which, I don't know, I kind of had a little nostalgic moment there. I used to, me and my brother used to sometimes like blow up his little plastic soldiers. So that's just like a little moment. Anyway, he accuses her of only talking to him when she needs something, and he feels like he doesn't know her anymore, which I think is pretty fair, because this whole thing with her and Buck, like, I get that he's kind of a supernatural force, so I wouldn't blame her too much, but I feel like she just fell for his, like, charm really easily. Anyway, she goes drinking, which I was kind of like, is it okay to drink if your baby's like an evil demon spawn? It just still seems kind of wrong to drink when you're pregnant. But anyway, she's having a really tough time. She starts seeing her like face and furniture melting. She's having weird dreams. Like, it kind of harks back to what we had happened with Caleb's mom when she was pregnant. So yeah, Buck comes by to see her. He's trying to convince her to like just be chill, because I think he's worried she's gonna do something to the child. And he asked her if she's taking her vitamins, which I was like, because she looks really bad, looks really ill. And I just thought that was probably a Rosemary's Baby reference. He doesn't bring her any Tannis root or anything though. Anyway, she feels like the child that she's carrying is like kind of sucking the life out of her or something. We get another funny ultrasound. This time the baby glares out of the screen at her, and then like Buck's face appears in the ultrasound. It's really funny. Anyway, it seems like this pregnancy is like really sped up as well, because like she only just found out she was pregnant, but the baby's like fully formed kind of. So it's a bit weird. But then Buck's trying to get the nursing staff to lie to Gail. But yeah, she goes up on the roof of a building to jump off a building, and Buck goes there. And I don't know, that green screen fall behind her looks pretty high. Buck's kind of like, why don't you just jump? I don't know, he has some kind of a plan. But then Caleb comes out onto the roof of the building. Like, why and how? Like, how did he know that she was up there? Like, I don't know, I guess Buck must have... I don't know. Anyway, I was just thinking this, like, no one shields this kid from anything. He goes into operating rooms, he talks down people jumping off buildings. Anyway, she doesn't jump. She goes to church instead the next day. It's like this tiny church. It's very cute. I feel like in this series we've had about 3 different locations for churches. So this one's like a small one. I don't know why that's surprising. It's not. I just feel like it's a small town, but then it's in the south, so I know people are more kind of church going there, and there's different denominations, so maybe I'm overthinking it, you know? Merlin appears to her anyway and says some comforting stuff. She kind of says that she was born like, how do I explain? So Merlin tells us that when she was like conceived, her father basically like raped her mom. So I'm like, that's news. And then so she was like born of hate, but then like her mom was like said that, you know, she was an innocent, full of light person. So from dark beginnings, like a child can still be innocent or whatever, I guess. You know, it's very like good versus evil kind of terminology. Anyway, she kind of says that the baby could turn out to be like Caleb instead of like Buck. And I don't know. I saw that ultrasound. I'm not convinced. Anyway, so that's our A story. The B story of this one is about Selena.
I think Buck is kind of jealous of Selena and Dr. Peel, or maybe just doesn't like Dr. Peel, or maybe it's like a control thing. But he kind of sees them together. He tries to like make up with her by taking roses to her after school. The sheriff, I mean. He says he's like done with Gale now, like he's gotten what he wants from that situation, so she needs to basically dump Peel and come back to him, and it's all good kind of thing. He later talks to Dr. Peel and asks him to take good care of Gale, but at the same time he like tells Selena that this guy's gonna leave town, so it's like, what? Anyway, Peel is not a fan of the sheriff, and the sheriff warns him away from his relationship with Selena. And basically, it comes time for this guy, because he's an epidemiologist with the CDC. I don't even know why he's casually working in the hospital in Trinity instead of just being called back to the CDC for the next assignment, but whatever, it's fine. But basically, he's like, okay, I have like a job I have to go to in Uganda. And he wants Selena to go with him, which is fine. But like, he's so chill about it. And I'm like, to me, it seems really obvious that for a start, the sheriff's not going to let her leave. For a second thing, she drives a sports car and wears leopard print coats and stuff. Like, I just can't see her really enjoying, like, he wants her to be a teacher in Uganda. And like, you know, I know a lot of people who would be great at that, and I just don't think Selena would enjoy being away from a manicurist and a hair salon for that long. But she says maybe. There's kind of a Casablanca moment where Selena fails to meet him at the airport. I mean, it's not Casablanca as in, I guess it's kind of weird. So basically, he's going to take a light aircraft, which happens at the end of Casablanca. But it's more like the bit in Casablanca where he gets on the train and she doesn't turn up. But you kind of get what I mean. It's got like a Casablanca look. And he makes a Casablanca reference later. So whatever. Yeah, he just gets really drunk because she doesn't turn up. But he doesn't leave and go to the job that he had to go to. So I don't really know what that's about. I feel like that's kind of... My thought when people don't catch flights and they're really chill about it is, I'm like, that's going to cost you a lot of money to like rearrange your flight. Anyway, yeah, so he kind of asks her what's up, and he sees that she's really scared. I think we as the audience kind of know that I think she's worried the sheriff's going to kill this guy, or he's going to harm her. And then we cut to Sheriff Buck in his office, where it's perpetually nighttime. His office is always in darkness. There's even an episode where people go into his office, it's daylight outside and it's nighttime in there. It's just funny. But yeah, he does this weird thing where he switches his light on and off. I don't know. We see that things are kind of going okay with Peel and Selena because they're like hooking up. And he makes Selena sick. So then Peel goes to Buck, Sheriff Buck, and is like, you know, punches him a couple times, and Buck tries to make him make a deal, and he's just like, he doesn't do it, which I really like, because I feel like sometimes characters in this show just like make deals with him, and I'm like, you should know better. I don't know. He has a supernatural, like some kind of demonic force, though. I should probably give people a break, but yeah, he doesn't take the deal. He's got his vest back because for part of this episode he was sans vest, and now he is back in the vest because that's the sheriff's look, pirate shirts and a vest, you know. Anyway, at the very end he makes Selena better. He like cures her, and Selena goes back to the sheriff and says she knows that he lifted the curse and like fixed her. And she's basically like groveling. I think she knows that that's what he kind of wants from her, so she gives him what he wants. But
I guess like he just needed to make the point that he could kill her at any time, or that she should know, like, whatever other attachments she may have, she like owes him allegiance or whatever. So yeah, that's Triangle. I guess the title, doesn't really need an explanation. Yeah, down to the last 2 episodes. Okay, episode 21 of American Gothic. The buck stops here. Such a great title. We open on like a really this scene just kind of was funny to me, but Selena and Dr. Beale are in bed together, and it turns out to be the sheriff's bed. They've broken into his place. So Selena helped Beale get in there because he was looking for some missing files. And Selena starts telling him how she wants to kill the sheriff. I guess she wants his help or something. And then Buck comes home. The sheriff comes home, and I think she wants the sheriff to know that they were there. But he does anyway because he's the sheriff. So anyway, we get the credits, and then we meet a pharmacist called Yancey, and he's reading Wordsworth to his dying wife in the hospital when she starts to convulse. I find this kind of funny. The poem that he's reading to her, I'm pretty sure Wordsworth wrote about his sister, because he wrote a lot of like really lovely poems about his sister, who was like his best friend basically, or almost like his only friend. This is kind of like a side thing, but I just thought it was kind of interesting that this guy's reading it to his wife. I don't know. It's one of those things where you're like, it's Trinity, whatever. She starts to convulse, and we find out that Yancey is the one who wants the file back, and Buck has hidden it just to kind of mess with him so that he can't really have all the details of what's going on with his wife and stuff. Peel tells him that he couldn't find the file. So Yancey goes to the sheriff and asks what the deal is. So basically, he made a deal with the sheriff, but he didn't word the deal carefully. So what the sheriff has done is kept her alive in exchange for him framing a judge, I think. But all the sheriff's done is kept her alive. He hasn't actually healed her or brought her out of a coma. So Yancey's like, right, I'm not going to let you hurt any more people. So he goes back to the hospital, back to work, and he overhears Selena and Peel talking in another room about killing Buck. Basically, Selena thinks that Buck's third eye is his weak point, like the center of his forehead. Peel basically thinks that she's crazy. He isn't keen to commit murder, obviously, because he's a doctor. And they kind of generally prefer to do the opposite. So the reason that she thinks that, this is kind of like a running theme through this episode. The sheriff pops in to see her in class, and he has this speech thing that he goes on about on the US currency. I don't know if it's on all the bills because I'm not US based. I think I've only seen American currency a few times, but on the US dollar there's some Masonic symbology. There's a temple, and the all-seeing eye is above it, and there's a little bit of Latin, and it just comes from the Masonic. They're just an order that people think are very mysterious. And Buck basically says he's the one mentioned on the money, and that money is the root of all evil. So he's basically there to warn Selena off, but we kind of learn a little bit of maybe lore that's sort of behind stuff. But Caleb is in the classroom, so he picks up on this as well. So basically Peel is this is all getting a bit ridiculous. So he goes back to Buck's see if he can get the files, see if he can talk to the sheriff. But somebody else is in the house as well. So when the sheriff comes home, he gets stabbed like with this like a medical instrument through the forehead. Peel takes him to hospital, but he ends up getting arrested for like attacking the sheriff in his house. When the sheriff wakes up, he wants Caleb, I guess, to transfer himself into Caleb. So then Peel is arrested, and Caleb goes to see Peel in prison because, you know, Caleb can just go anywhere at any time, which I guess is like partly because he's related to Buck, to the sheriff, but like he's just anyway, I've said this before, but like it's just like no safe boundaries around this child. But anyway, when he goes to see Peel, it seems like the sheriff's already taken over his body. I think, like the way he talks and stuff. He gets taken to the sheriff. The sheriff whispers something in his ear, asking him to do something. And it seems like Caleb's pretty compliant. Then Buck just like flatlines while Caleb's still in the room. Again, with him just, you know, being there while everyone's trying to resuscitate the sheriff and stuff. So then we cut to Buck's funeral. Things are moving pretty quickly. There's this nice like little scene where a bunch of characters who owe him stuff that we've seen him have deals with and stuff in previous episodes come by, and one of them is just like says how he's always hated the sheriff's vests. I'm like, I love that. Anyway, yeah, it's kind of nice. I feel like Ben is genuinely sad. Caleb steps up to the coffin and gives like a weird, creepy kid smile, which it seems to me like kids just sometimes do that, so I'm not sure, but it's obviously meant to tell us something. Gail is upset because apparently she really loved the sheriff, which, I mean, that's fine, whatever. Selena is not impressed by this. They have like this weird rivalry thing in the last couple of episodes. Sheriff has black candles at his funeral. I haven't been to like a church funeral, but I feel like that's an aesthetic choice. Yeah, so then we got to Yancey. He goes back to his wife and he's planning to end her kind of like half life, like because it's unnatural. Obviously because he made a deal with the sheriff. And he sees that she's actually died naturally since all of this has started to happen. So I guess some stuff ends with the sheriff's death. But Merlin turns up, she performs a miracle, and she brings Yancey's wife back so they can say goodbye to each other. It's very sweet. Then we have Ben. He asks Peel about a book found at the house, and it's the Wordsworth book that we saw earlier. So Peel just immediately shops Yancey, and he's let go straight away. Caleb turns up at the pharmacy and he's there to have revenge on Yancey. He's like, my dad is in me. I'm not making fun of the southern accents because I actually think like northern state Americans seem to really pick on the southern accent. I think the southern accents are really, really nice. So I could listen to somebody with any of us like a southern accents just talk all day basically. But anyway, that's kind of beside the point. I just didn't want anyone to think I was picking on the accent because I actually think it's lovely. Caleb's ditched the stripes. He's wearing his suit that he wore to the funeral. So I wonder if stripes are meant to kind of symbolize the kind of, you know, things that kids wear, and then the suit is more adult. But he's made Yancey take like a bunch of pills, like all of the pills. And Ben notices that something is up with Caleb. So I found this scene a bit kind of tough. Like it was kind of, I know we've seen some sort of graphic-ish, like graphic for the 90s stuff in this series, but there's like all of these pills in this guy's mouth. Like I think they didn't use any special effects or anything here, and so it just looks much more realistic. But it looks like Peel is able to kind of help Yancey to survive and to confess to
like basically save himself. So I guess he like saves Yancey so that he doesn't have to go to prison in his place. Pretty much. But I don't know. We have a little bit of stuff with Gail just before I close out the episode. There's the head doctor from the hospital tells her a little bit about how Caleb's mom's pregnancy was kind of weird. He's like trying to reassure her basically. We learn that Gail hasn't told Caleb that she's pregnant, but she's like Rosemary's baby eating like blood and raw meat. So, you know, we're probably like Ben's pretty concerned about her. I think Caleb's going to figure it out if he doesn't know already. Caleb says he needs his allowance. This is like earlier in the episode, but he like does this thing where he gets like singles, so I guess that's $1 bills, and he cuts the temple out of the buck, which I guess is like what he's trying to do on some other level as well. So he's trying to resist joining the mysterious order that I guess Buck is like the leader of, kind of thing. There's like this thing that they say where it's like there can be only one or something. No, wait, that's Highlander. They basically are like, I don't know. There's just a phrase in Latin on the dollar bill, and he's like the leader of the order. And he's like the all-seeing eye and stuff. You know, supernatural stuff. It's kind of MacGuffin stuff, which is why I'm not like being overly, you know, pedantic about telling you exactly what it is, because it's like, I don't know. It's kind of, I feel like a lot of this like stuff with the Masons, because a lot of their stuff that they do is secret, there's a lot of conspiracy theories around them, and I feel like we've probably all had these conspiracy theories before. You know, you get the idea, apparently we're kind of saying that Buck is the head of the Masonic like order or some kind of mysterious order, and that he has like eternal life and he's the devil, and you know, this is kind of like par for the course in this series. Yeah, so at the very end of the episode, Caleb goes back to where the sheriff is lying in his coffin, and he just puts a buck on top of Buck's coffin, and inside the sheriff's eyes open. So I guess the implication is that he was in Caleb's body for some of the time of this episode, but that Caleb has managed to kick him out again. So he's back. He has to go somewhere, so he's back in his old body inside the coffin. And that's the end of the episode. So yeah. You can check out some of my other videos. I also have another channel and socials, so you can find links below if you want more of that. And if you want to hang out again, remember to like and subscribe. And you can always leave a comment, let me know what you thought, or let me know what else you might want to see. Thank you.